disadvantaged as Black Americans in this country. And I wanted to highlight the different people, the different children, the Black men, the Black women that were, wrongfully accused, convicted, and even their lives taken. And I'll play that video again at the end. And I threw Karmelo in there as well, because although he didn't lose his life physically, his life was lost due to the failure of a justice system that was never designed to protect Black lives. And so I named this show Victims of Hate, because whether we are wrongfully convicted of crimes that we didn't do, given sentences that we don't deserve, even when we are defending ourselves, or are just simply being unalived by law enforcement or other white people in this country, these particular cases between Cyrus Carmack Belton's case and also Karmelo's case is just a reminder. It's just an unfortunate reminder that our lives don't matter in this situation, right? So let's talk about it today. Like I said, he's been convicted 35 years. A bit harsh, but at the end of the day, with the way that jury selection was set up, and now new developments have come out where the DA, the lawyer, the judge, the father, the family, all in cahoots. And we kind of touched on it last time. We kind of predicted this. So we're going to get into it today, y'all. We're going to talk about what happened the day the verdict came down. I got some videos to show y'all with some content creators that were actually there. Nick at Night, Queen Sheba. They were actually in the courtroom, saw it all go down in real time. So they have the actual facts. We'll play a little bit of what they had to say, and then we'll get into what the family has said post the verdict as well. And then also just kind of mining through this whole thing with Charleston White, right? Because what the fuck does he have to do with anything? I'm not sure. But he had some interesting things to say. So we're going to get started really soon. Thank y'all so much for being here. Make sure you hit the like button. I know it's an afternoon vibe that we are putting out today. But like I said, this couldn't wait. Let me go ahead and change that music. Make sure y'all hit the like button. It's calming down just a little bit. And thank y'all so very much. Let me turn this up just a little bit. All right. We're going to get into it. I see y'all in the chat. Thank y'all for being here. What's going on, Rogue C, my girl? How are you? Exactly, darling. Not. I know. And you guys, it took me a minute to really lock in on this, because I was overwhelmed. I watched the verdict be read live on Taz's live stream on Tuesday. And after hearing the verdict, I was distraught. I was distraught because I'm like, here we go again. Here we go again. I cried a little bit. I couldn't talk about it right away because I was pissed off. I was overwhelmed with all the information. I'm pissed off. I'm just like, when does it end? When does it end? I hear you, Rogue. I hear you. And that's why it's like, I never really rock with Charleston White. That's why I'm like, where did this come from? But we're going to play a few videos of Charleston White because he had a different stance prior to all of this. He was against the Anthony family, right? He was totally, saying that Karmelo shouldn't have came to the school with a knife. And then all of a sudden, his tune changed. So maybe, a broken clock is right twice a day when it comes to that one. Because at first I'm like, what the hell is going on? But thank y'all again for being here. Hit the like button. We're going to get into the first video. Girl, it's a lot for my spirit too. I'm trying to find the right words. I was trying to make sure I had all the information before I went live today. And I'm just like, you know what? Just go ahead and speak from the heart and speak from truth and really deep dive on what's going on, because you know, when we played our last stream and we talked about Nick at Night and her being there, she was already letting us know that there was racial tensions already kind of burning up and bubbling up before the verdict even had. So it's so funny when you hear so many people try to say this case has nothing to do with race, but from the very start, from the very beginning, this whole case was rooted in race. And they used racism. They deliberately and intentionally used racism to come up with this verdict. A verdict that came down swiftly, quickly. Bullshit testimonies by eyewitnesses, lying under oath, faulty ass evidence, faulty ass videos. And what's baffling to me is like, if the video is in alignment with what y'all are saying, that Karmelo was the aggressor and Austin was innocent, then show the fucking video. Show the video. Why are we hiding pertinent evidence to leave room for speculation? And how is all this room for speculation proving a truth when we're not seeing any evidence of truth? It's all hearsay. It's all what people want us to believe. It's all narrative, but you're hiding the truth and then you're upset at people responding to the outcome. You know? So, I don't know. It was just frustrating me. Like I said, it hurt my feelings a little bit between Karmelo's case and Cyrus's case. You know, you have one minor who was running for his life, didn't steal anything. His life was taken away. And that person got off of self-defense when he had no reason to defend himself in the first place. You know? And then you have another one where a young minor is defending himself and is thrown the harshest sentencing. It just doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm really trying to find the right words. I'm a little frazzled and it's a lot. It's a lot. And it's upsetting. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Exactly. This was a lynching from the beginning. It was a lynching from the very, very beginning. Thank you so much for being here. All right, so let's get into the first video. Let's get into the first video. How many years do I believe he should have had? Honestly, for this case, I think he could have gotten 5 to 10. 5 to 10 years. You know, parole eligibility, maybe in maybe in 5 years, maybe serve or have 5 years served. So 5 to 10, 5 years served, parole in 2. You know what I mean? That's what I would think. Because you do deserve a consequence for what you did. But 35 years though, for something that was clearly self-defense, for a fight that you did not provoke. And then for murder, first degree murder, you would have to prove that he plotted on this boy, which he did not. Right? I don't really know, I don't really know what would be the reasonable for me for this case. For what we do know, 5 to 10 years would have sufficed. 35 is a bit extreme, especially for a minor with no priors, with no prior incidents. Hell, Austin MetClaff had more priors than Karmelo Anthony did. He was a bully. He was beating people up, beat his father up. A known to be violent dude. Both of them, him and his twin. So it's just like, it's too much, y'all. It's too much. No, I don't agree. While he says, touch me and see what happens, couldn't he have walked away and found another place? Who are those boys to tell Karmelo Anthony that he has to leave somewhere? Especially when he was invited to that tent. That's what we do know. He was invited to the tent from somebody that he knew. These two boys had a problem for no reason, right? No reason at all. And if you wanted that other student removed, why didn't they go get an authority figure? Why didn't they go get a coach? Why didn't they go get somebody that was in charge? Why did they feel the need to take matters in their own hands and physically remove somebody from their tent that was sitting down, not provoking them? They came up to him. They approached Karmelo and got on bullshit with him. Physically put their hands on him. At that point, yeah, Karmelo has the right. He has the right to say, if you touch me, it's going to be a problem because I'm not touching you. You know what I mean? So of course. But y'all, let's get into this first video that I want to play for you guys. Make sure you hit the like button. Let's make sure we hit that like button, please. Let me pull up this first video and let's get into what happened with the testimonies and the night the verdict came down. We're going to play a little bit of Nick at Night videos. Make sure y'all hit the like button and we're going to get right into it. Thanks again, Miss Nick at Night, for all that you do. Let's hear what she had to say the day that it came down. I also agree. The self-defense was shitty as hell. But that's the thing. His self-defense, they were all in cahoots. Everybody is in cahoots with each other. Everybody knew each other. There was no protecting or fully trying to fight for Karmelo because they're all in cahoots with the judge and that family. He took that case and was just like, yeah, whatever. I'll take it. We're gonna lose, but I'm still gonna get paid. And I'm buddy with everybody that's against you. I'm not about to fight for you. And we'll get into the reasoning why the family chose the lawyer that they chose. It's just so much, y'all. I'm getting over I'm getting overwhelmed a little bit. All right, so let's get into it.
Or some of you guys may not know, Hunter MetClaff did an interview right after this incident, and he admitted that he started talking to Karmelo, and he was like the one that started it, but Austin finished it. Now, when all the kids got on the stand, they were all given different versions of events, whether Hunter was involved or not. Most of them said Hunter was not involved. Most of them said that he said nothing. Most of them said he absolutely said nothing to Karmelo, absolutely wasn't involved. And then there was like a few that said, well, he reacted after the stabbing, or like one or two may have said that Hunter said something to him first. But majority of them, none of their story matched Hunter, his own account of him saying that he said something to Karmelo. So in my opinion, that means that the students were liars. It's not
exactly
like, and I've seen legal experts talking.
And that's what's so frustrating about this, is because there wasn't enough on the defense side to probe these questions, to get the truth out. Everybody's testimony constantly changed. Everything was faulty. Everybody was saying one thing, but then in the next breath saying another, but none of that mattered. The consistency was that there was inconsistencies in all of these testimonies, but none of that, was probable cause to say, hey, maybe the people on the other side are not being forthcoming and completely honest about everything that's happening. But they just let all of that go. I don't understand how the system can just blatantly see that somebody is lying under oath and just do away with it. Makes no sense. A nigga can never.
And they were basically saying like, oh, it's completely normal for several people to have variation of the story because they experienced the event in a different way. And I get that. Like, there's certain things that you remember and certain things that you don't. But you're gonna remember if Hunter said something to Karmelo first, no matter what version of it that you remember, you're going to remember, hey, one twin spoke and then the other one started speaking. Like, you're gonna, like, that's like you might like miss small details like the logo on the shirt, or you know what I mean, but you know if somebody said something and then didn't. So let's go back. Somebody said don't forget Paul. Paul, I gotta keep reading to see if he comes up in Eddie's testimony. He did come up in other people's testimony, but let's keep going. So they wanted to know if Hunter was a part of it, and this is when he said that Hunter was a part of it, and he was backing his brother Austin up. Hunter said, "You don't have nothing in there. Don't act like you got something in there." Like Austin as well. So Eddie admits, because after all of the people who were saying,
he's talking about Eddie. Eddie is the guy that initially invited Karmelo into the tent. He didn't just go there, and that's what I'm saying, to hit this boy with a murder charge as if it was premeditated. When he was just there, it's raining. He noticed his homie over at the tent. Homie calls him over. Right? Eddie got him over there. But then when he takes the stand, it's mumbo jumbo. It's I don't really know him. It's I don't know why he was there. It's just like, what the hell?
Hunter wasn't involved. Eddie admitted that both Hunter and Austin were both saying something to Karmelo. Like Hunter was saying, you ain't got nothing in that bag. And so was Austin. He said, Austin was standing on like only because they wanted to know, like, okay, was Karmelo sitting down? Was he standing up? Were there other kids standing up? Was there like a group of kids around him? Like they wanted to get him to explain what was going on. And they said only Austin was standing up. Says that they didn't crowd around or surround Melo. Just Austin and Hunter making comments before he had his hand in his bag. Thought it was just they all thought it was just talk. Says he pulled out his phone but didn't record. So he says Hunter and Austin are both saying stuff to Karmelo. We didn't crowd around him, but none of us believed he really had nothing in the bag. While all of this stuff is escalating, he pulls out his phone to pretend like he's recording. He gets out his phone and he's laughing and, you know, all of that. And he himself also is telling Karmelo that he ain't got nothing in the bag. He's pretending to record, etc. So it says, once Melo put his hand in the bag, they thought it was just talk. Says he put out his phone but didn't record. And then they was like, okay, so if you didn't record the fight, I mean, not like the push or whatever, why did you pull out your phone?
Right.
He said that he did that because he thought it was funny.
And see, this is what's pissing me off about this case, because it seems like everybody was in cahoots to set Karmelo up from the very beginning. What you mean when he came over there, after you invited him to come over there, you got him under that tent, and when other dudes start to provoke him, you got in on it? You participated, pretended to record. Ain't no kid in 2026 pulling out a phone and acting like they're recording something. No, that's not what's happening. All these kids do is record and film and get all the footage. Okay? They live for a viral moment. You're not pretending to take your phone out. This is why it's like it's all bullshit. And it's like the bullshit is right in our faces, but the justice system is saying, yeah, we see the bullshit, but fuck that. We're going to do what we want to do. Instead, this boy Eddie got him over there just to participate in the provoking of Karmelo, and then didn't even have his fucking back at the end of the day. Like his conscience got to eat him up. It has to eat him up.
Can you imagine somebody that you have been kicking it with for the last few months? Y'all done went on double dates with family members. You got pictures with his grandmother. You've been building relationships with the family. Y'all done went out to play basketball together. You've been in his room. Y'all played guitar. And then his sentiment is when people are coming at you sideways, that is funny.
Right.
And to pull out his phone and like what? So they then said he thought it was funny.
I see y'all coming in. Thank y'all so much for being here. I see y'all in the chat. If you want your chats read today, you guys go ahead and send me a nice super chat. Any amount, it doesn't matter. I'm not clocking it, but I do want to make sure that we read the super chats more than anything. But I see y'all in the chat. Thank y'all for being here. Make sure you hit the like button. That's the biggest help that you could ever do for me. Hit that like button, hit the share button, etc., etc., etc. Thank y'all so much. If you want to support the channel another way, I'm gonna put the banner up, and you guys can hit the cash. Blah 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 blah. You can hit the cash app. You can hit the cash app. Y'all, we went up to 2,700 subs, and now I'm back down to 2,699. I don't know what's going on, but y'all, let's continue to get the likes up, share the video, excuse me, and invite some people over to Auntie House so we can get those subscribers up. Thank y'all so much. Let's continue.
And then they're like, okay, so what happened next? He said Austin falls and Hunter went straight to him. Then Austin pulled up his shirt and he saw the hole. I went to help Austin get up, then ran to get Coach Lou, then ran back where it happened. He saw Coach take off his sweatshirt. Coaches was pulling him back after he tried to jump the bleachers. He saw Melo run down. The bleachers would he said he was angry with Melo. Coach said, you said that was my brother. That was my brother. Was that you? So basically what they were asking him was, in the body cam footage, you can hear a kid say, that was my brother. That was my brother. But you couldn't really, like, you know, he flashed across the screen. And they were asking if that was him in the video saying that. And they said, yes, sir. Talking about Austin. They had him on the ground. So we don't try and get they had Eddie on the ground so that he didn't try and get up. Then afterwards, they walked him and Hunter to the paramedics. After that, then cops came and asked him questions. Hunter and him went to the same locker room. There, he talked to a police officer. The officer went through his phone to check his phone and only sent so the officer went through his phone and then they're like, so what did you send? Like, what was in your phone?
Right.
And then he said that he only sent a Snapchat after to Alyssa. So he didn't record, but around that same time, he only sent a Snapchat to Alyssa. Now,
what?
It was Alyssa phone checked.
Right.
They didn't even do it for a thorough check on his phone, so you know that they ain't check Alyssa phone to see what was sent to her. Anyway, so they wanted to know, blah, blah, blah. He said, I said Austin got stabbed. That's what he claimed that he sent to Alyssa. And then they wanted to know, like, isn't it weird, like, that he had a weapon? He said no one thought he had a weapon. Eddie said that he called his bluff. And Eddie also, okay, so mind you, Eddie is saying Hunter is telling Karmelo he ain't got nothing in his bag. And Austin was also telling Karmelo he ain't got nothing in his bag when he put his hand in his bag. Eddie said that he also joined in on that. And he said that sarcastically, he was saying, oh yeah, like, oh yeah. Until the fact of him, Karmelo, having something in his bag. So I said he egged the whole thing on. I said Eddie was the true instigator. So that's like the note that I wrote as I
That's crazy. That's crazy. So that's why I'm saying, like, how is it that they're able to throw first-degree murder charge on Karmelo when all of this evidence shows that he was provoked first. Like, we clearly see the lies. I don't understand. No, he should not have used. I mean, when you feel like your life is in danger, it's just no telling how you're going to respond. You can be unalive from a fight. They punch you too hard, your head hit the wrong way. You could be out of here just off of a fist. So the whole idea of like, oh, you can't meet certain force with certain force, but it's just like, if it's a whole bunch of y'all against me, I'm going to use whatever I can to get up out of there to save myself if nobody else is. But this is what's frustrating me the most, is because the evidence clearly shows that everybody that was involved in this situation is blatantly lying. I don't get it, y'all. I don't get it.
I was listening to his testimony. I'm like, even though Austin said something first, him not saying anything, him knowing that was his friend, and Karmelo being betrayed by him in that way, and them coming at him like that all in that time, I said he was the one that rose the temperature. Because if I'm going to somebody that I think is cool, and you turn on me, and I done been in your house, I done
Right.
like chill with your family, I'm taking pictures with your grandmother, I'm dating your cousin, we never had a falling out, we never had no issues, that also raises the temperature. Like, nobody brung that out in the case, but I feel like that's something that I would have wanted the lawyer to explore. But that's my thinking, like, how much rage would you have? It's like, Austin's coming at me sideways, this bitch ass nigga ain't saying shit, and he knows that I came over here to dap him up, and he ain't saying not one word.
Exactly.
And wasn't it like plain and simple murder? And he said, yes, sir. So then they wanted to know, well, was it self-defense? And he said, no. And then they said, wasn't it like plain and simple murder? And he said, yes, sir. So then it went to the defense, and it was their turn for cross-examination. And he said, you interviewed with Detective Riley? He said, yes. He said, in the interview he had, it was the day of the incident. And they wanted to know, like, how do you know Valeria, which is Karmelo's girlfriend? And then he says, his mom and Karmelo's girlfriend's mom are close friends, and he called Karmelo's girlfriend his cousin. And then he said, before this, he saw Melo 2 or 3 times through the whole relationship with Valeria. So they're like, what? Like, bring us back to April 2nd at the track meet.
So I just wanted to play this video for y'all, but just so y'all can hear how this guy, who could have been this boy Eddie, he definitely could have been the determining factor of self-defense had he just been truthful and honest, one, about the relationship that he had with Karmelo, got on that stand and defended him, called him his friend, and then also making sure that he's telling the truth about the interaction that's under the tent. But instead, that's why I'm like, what is changing? Who allowed all of this coercion and to like shift the narrative to something that's completely not happening, and then let that stick? This guy Eddie and Karmelo had a whole relationship, whole friendship. Excuse me. There's proof of that. So why wasn't that being pushed to the forefront of everything, and constantly, just honing in on their relationship to prove that y'all are friends? You brought him over there. Why weren't you sticking up for him under that tent if you're admitting that the MetClaffs came up to him and provoked and asked about what's in the bag first, and you participated in the bullshit as well? Like, you started it. You started all this shit.
What did you hear Karmelo say? He said he heard Melo make comments about them in football, and said, y'all are bad. Y'all are terrible. And then they were like, well, like, what was his tone? Like, how did he say it? He said, he didn't say it loud, but he said, y'all are bad. Y'all are ass. And then it says, who was he talking to when he said that? And then he says he wasn't talking to anyone. He just said it out the blue. And then so they were like, all right, so when you got there, what was Melo doing? Like, was he sitting down? And then he said Melo was already sitting down before he got there. And so he tried to make it seem like before he got into the tent, Melo was already in the tent. However, other students testified that they were sitting next to Eddie, and when Karmelo came to sit down, they switched seats with another student so that Eddie could get closer to sit with Karmelo. However, Eddie tried to testify that he got to the tent after Karmelo was already there. You know, just...
And somebody told him to say that. Somebody told him to say that. That's what I'm like. All of these witnesses have this to say. He's saying this under oath, and that's just okay. That's just okay. If y'all want to hear more about what she had to say about Eddie's testimony, go and check out this video. I want to get into the closing statements that Queen Sheba was there for, because she did a really great breakdown. But I just wanted to show y'all that because they did not fight. They did not fight for this boy at all whatsoever. Point blank, period. The plan from the very fucking beginning was to railroad this dude. This is why they confiscated all of these phones. This is why they had testimonies rehearsed and changing every last story, because they knew from the beginning, before the trial was going to even start, that yeah, we're gonna put this boy in jail, and we're not going to release these videos because yeah, it's going to prove that he did actually move in self-defense. But the reason why it's so mind-boggling to me is that we are living under an unjust justice system, and it's like we just have to accept it when there's actual blatant evidence of lies being said in a courtroom under oath for a murder charge for someone. We're allowing the lies to land and the truth to be evaded. I don't know what we can do to change that, but that's very problematic to me. But I want y'all to hear what Queen Sheba said. Make sure y'all hit the like button, and then we'll get into the final, not the final video, but the video of where'd it go? Here we go. The video that the news confirmed that he was finally convicted, and we'll get into the parents' response. But let's hear what Queen Sheba had to say as well. Make sure y'all subscribe to Miss Queen Sheba, and let's get into it. She has the closing statements, so on and so forth. Let's go.
And Coach Starr said he was hysterical. You know why? Because Coach Starr starts to get into his space and yell at him. So Karmelo sought out Coach Hooper, a safe coach. And Coach Hooper testified to you all, quote, I turned him over to Centennial, unquote. I'm sorry, quote, I turned him over to Centennial because they know him, unquote. He said, let's go back to Starr. He's the only one that testified differently than the other coaches. Starr aggressively approached Karmelo. He hopped the fence and he yelled at him. He's in his face. What did you do? What did you do? Whereas you have Coach Hooper, who puts his arm around Karmelo and he says, son, if that young man dies, your life will change forever. To which Karmelo responded, he's not going to die. And Coach Hooper then repeats, son, if that young man dies, your life will change forever. He said Karmelo's response to Coach Hooper shows there was no intent to kill Austin Metcalf
again, and I wanted to start it. Excuse me. I don't know why I'm getting so tongue tied today. I think it's because my brain is just like literally just overwhelmed with so much information, and my mind is going with the information and my thoughts and my feelings. So thank y'all for bearing with me today. But I wanted to start it at this mark because now this is closing statements of the actual conversations that was had with the coach post the incident in real time that further proves the intent to kill somebody was not on Karmelo's mind. So how the fuck was he able to get convicted with that when you have these type of testimony? How are they getting away with this? I don't understand, y'all. I don't get it.
That day.
Let me stop lying. I do understand. Racism. Systemic racism. I don't want to ever hear anybody else on these platforms try to deny systemic racism when we see this shit playing out in real motherfucking time. They just reminded us, hey, your black life never mattered, bitch. It never mattered to us. And we're going to show you that it doesn't matter. Even when we're in the wrong. Even when we're in the wrong, we're going to still show you you can't defend yourself. You can't protect yourself. You can't run away from us. You're property to us still. So it's just like there's so many different things that where you just can't deny it. Stop playing with us. Like, call a thing a thing. It's an unjust justice system. Injustice never was considered for Black lives under this system. Never.
He says Coach Hooper testified under oath that Karmelo kept asking, is he okay? Will he be okay? And I want to focus on his state of mind. Does that sound intentional? Or does that sound unintentional? He says, now everybody would like you to believe that Karmelo came to that tent, sat down, they asked him politely to leave. And he says, touch me and see what happens. He said, that is not what happened. Karmelo was summoned over there. And the second reason is he stayed is because it was raining. He said, you heard Austin's friends testify that Austin told him, if you don't move, I'm gonna beat your bitch ass. Then he goes on to say, Texas law is clear about knives. 5.5 inches or below.
Which is what he had.
Does not violate the law. Even a teen, even if a teenager is carrying that knife. Now, you may not like it, but it's not against the law. It is against school policy, but it is not against the law.
And that's something else to consider. When they say it's not against the law, but it's against school policy, well, which one are they leaning with to make the conviction? Is it the policy or is it the law? Because it seems like he wasn't, he was still following the law because he had a lawful size knife, and teenagers, like she just said, are able to carry that, but they're convicting him as if he did an unlawful thing based off of the school policy. Am I getting that right? And does that make sense? Because if that's the case, suspend the kid, you know what I mean? Whatever the case may be. Obviously, it's beyond suspension at this point. But I'm saying, which law, is it law versus policy? What trumps one? Because if he wasn't breaking any laws, he wasn't even breaking it. And then on top of all of this, y'all, Texas is a stand your ground state. So even if it wasn't self-defense, couldn't this be considered stand your ground when you're the one that's being provoked, when you were asked to come over, when you were being antagonized, when you were running away from a situation and being drugged back? Which law are they leaning to make these convictions when, according to the law, he's following it? Does that make sense? I don't know.
Even if it
I ain't no lawyer. I ain't trying to be one. I'm just trying to fucking understand.
violates school policy, to which Karmelo Anthony was not suspended.
Right.
He goes back to self-defense and he walks him through what Texas law says about self-defense. He says the law does not require you to wait until you are hit, until you are hurt. If you believe beyond a reasonable doubt that you're about to be harmed, according to the defense, Texas law doesn't require you to wait until you are severely injured. So he poses the question, was Karmelo supposed to just sit there and take it?
That's what I'm saying.
And allow it to happen?
Everything he was doing under that tent that led up to the incident itself was under the guise of following the law. She just said, you don't have to wait until it's like life or death. You can defend yourself whenever you feel like you need to defend yourself, period. So, had any of this would have happened if the Metcalf twins would have just left Karmelo the fuck alone? Do you know what I mean? Like, just imagine if Eddie called Karmelo over there, he hanging out under the tent. The Metcalf boys saw them and minded their fucking business. Will we be here? Like the child situation. Would he have to skip town and leave his business and go into hiding? And would Cyrus still be here had they just left that boy alone and minded their fucking business after that boy left their business? It's like they lean into the violent acts, and then once something happened, play victim. Y'all the ones doing all the antagonizing, though. You're the one that's doing the provoking. You're the one that's chasing people for no reason. I'm just so tired. It's just like, it makes you feel stupid. It's like, are we in the Twilight Zone? How is this okay? How are we just constantly allowing this to keep happening and getting away with just blatant injustice? I don't get it.
Happen not knowing the severity of the injuries that he would be dealt by those boys in the tent. He said, based on testimony, he's surrounded by these boys. You heard the testimony. They said we, and they named off the name. He said the law understands that there's no way that you would be able to predict what's about to happen. The law does not require you to know what's about to happen to you. He said, I would like to shift to motive. Let's talk about motive. The state still hasn't presented a motive or giving you a motive explaining why Karmelo Anthony would want to harm Austin Metcalf.
Right.
Other than he was in danger, folks.
What's going on, Classic?
The state has failed to establish a motive. He says, they have no background, Austin and Karmelo. He goes on. He says, now I would like to focus on the medical examiner's report. According to the medical examiner who testified under oath as a medical expert, she said the wound was a lateral tilt up. It wasn't vertical. It was not horizontal. The direction of the wound was a lateral tilt up. And then he demonstrates aiming a knife. He goes, this is intentional. And he kind of thrusts the knife out horizontally. And then he said, this is intentional. And he kind of thrusts the knife down. If someone wants to kill you, according to the medical examiner, based on stab wounds she's seen, typically they're like this or they're like that. And he demonstrates that physically, right? In the courtroom to the jurors.
So even the wound confirms that this was not an intentional, I'm trying to kill you type of wound. Let's say that one more time. Hold on.
He goes on. He says, now I would like to focus on the medical examiner's report. According to the medical examiner who testified under oath as a medical expert, she said the wound was a lateral tilt up.
Lateral
it wasn't vertical.
tilt up.
It was not horizontal. The direction of the wound was a lateral tilt up. And then he demonstrates aiming a knife. He goes, this is intentional. And he kind of thrusts the knife out horizontally.
That's why that other boy, we're going to break down the comparison between this case and that other case with the white boy that did the same crime in the same state and barely served any time. We're going to get into it. But he deserved what Karmelo was sentenced to because his intention, he stabbed that person several different times. I think 15 plus times? This is intent. This lateral up, right? If I'm doing that right, this is like I'm fumbling and I'm trying to protect myself. You know what I mean? Just based off that alone proves intention. But that white boy barely got anything to serve. What did he serve, y'all? Like 2 years? We'll get to it. We'll get to it because the crimes are the same, but the sentencing are so different from each other, which lets you know you can no longer deny systemic racism when it comes to these situations in the justice system. It's blatant.
And then he said, this is intentional. And he kind of thrusts the knife down. If someone wants to kill you, according to the medical examiner, based on stab wounds she's seen, typically they're like this or they're like that. And he demonstrates that physically, right? In the courtroom to the jurors. He said, listen, the angle of the wound is evidence that Karmelo Anthony had no real intention to harm, but he was placed in a position to defend himself if you go by the expert account of the tilt of the wound. He said, if you can recall the testimony of Memorial Kids, Eddie called, hold on, give me 1 second. Eddie called Karmelo over. When we're talking motive, if Karmelo intentionally wanted to, what he's trying to say is if Karmelo intentionally wanted to kill Austin Metcalf, then Eddie calling him over is a problem. Because otherwise, Karmelo would not have been in that tent when we're talking intent.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He said, so imagine Karmelo's state of mind.
So like, why didn't any of this evidence matter in the case when it came to the conviction? Was this evidence presented to the jurors? Why did they overlook it? What the fuck is going on? Because if I'm presented with this evidence, it's like, oh, okay, if the medical examiner is saying based off the wound entry and the way and the lateral angle and all this and that proves without a shadow of a doubt that this wasn't intentional to unalive someone with motive, I'm considering that in my decision making as a juror. Why didn't they? I need to know what the fuck going on. Because at this point, I believe everybody was paid out, or at the very least threatened, persuaded to all to believe and think the same thing. Because with all this evidence that shows that it wasn't intentional, and he still was giving the judgment of being intentional to murder someone, it's leaving me very confused at how we got here. This is why I needed a couple days to process, because I'm like, what? Like, what is going on?
That you think is your friend calls you over.
He was never a
multiple
friend.
People.
And that's one thing I do want to talk about real quick. I'm gonna pause it for just a second. Black people got to stop acting like their black children are going to thrive better amongst a bunch of white folks or non-black folks. No, because racism is inherent and it's passed down. Those kids are also being racist, having racist thoughts, having racist feelings, just racial biases off the rip, especially when it is a predominantly white school. So the token black kid, they know that's the token. They're not safe amongst them. It's not even a safer education. You take them to these type of schools and they're going to deny the true history of their existence in this country. They're going to automatically be villainized, criminalized every single time. We got to stop thinking that being away from our people is better. And stop always believing that blackness is attached to ghetto and degeneracy. Stop believing the lies that the media perpetuates for you to believe false narratives about your own people. And then when you get amongst their people, they show you how they really feel about you. Them kids switched on Karmelo fast, quickly. Couldn't even tell the truth under oath. That boy was his homie. They went out on double dates, parties together outside of school, but he got up there and said he don't know that boy that well. You think he would have said that if it was the other way around? You know what I mean? Stop thinking that your kid's safer amongst these weirdos. They're not. They're not. They're not, babe. So let's keep going.
After a while, get up to attack you. Karmelo is afraid. And even when Austin Metcalf stood up over him, Karmelo Anthony did not assume an aggressive position. He remained seated the entire time. Karmelo Anthony warned Austin Metcalf to not put his hands on him. And Austin...
Why y'all had to put y'all hands on him? Why y'all had to do that? Why did you even have to invade his personal space enough for him to even have to say that to y'all? What was the big deal? What was the big deal? We're talking about kids at a track meet. What's the worst thing that happened if another teammate is under another team tent? What's that risk? Loss of items that can be returned, that can be, replenished, that, we can replace it. Because what it sounds like is y'all saw Karmelo over there, y'all got on some bully shit and wanted to throw your weight around. Because the fact that they took, and why didn't the defense even take that part into the consideration? And I said this earlier. If it was such a problem, go get an adult. Go get somebody that's of authority to remove somebody if you feel like somebody is there bothering y'all under that damn tent. No, they knew what the fuck they was doing. And we're going to get into the reason why they felt emboldened to do that, because this is what they do. And the apple don't fall too far from that motherfucking tree. We're going to get into Jeff Metcalf, because his true motherfucking colors have been shown. But we should already known this. It's like I'm disappointed, but I'm not surprised,
Metcalf proceeded to escalate an attack. He said, now those kids are kids. They don't know the law, but you know the law. And it is your job to decide as a jury. And even though they all agree as kids that what Karmelo Anthony did was not self-defense, it's not really fair to ask friends of the deceased to determine if Karmelo committed a crime, because they're going to be biased. All right? So they passed the floor to the state. Let's go to the state. So the state takes the floor, and it's led by Bill Dworsky. And Bill has this booming voice, and he says, do not let them turn a threat into a benign warning. Karmelo Anthony threatened Austin Metcalf. He threatened him. So don't you let them get up and turn a threat into this passive benign warning. Because you know what? If you're scared, you heard the defense say that a coach was in proximity. If Karmelo was scared, how come he didn't yell for help?
Wow.
And don't let them try to take the orientation of the knife wound and call this self-defense. That is ludicrous. He says, motive? I don't know. The reasons are unknown. But what I want you to focus on is the mindset. I want you to focus on the mindset of Karmelo Anthony. And he took the knife to the track, and it was his little secret. He had a knife, and because he had a knife, he's always going to come out on top because only he knows that he has a knife. And it boils down to this, folks. You don't get to meet a shove with a stab, especially if you provoke the action. Let's talk about the relevant facts. Let's talk about the relevant law. The word is provoke.
Exactly. And do you see, oh my God, it's just so sinister how they try to paint the picture of the mindset of Karmelo, saying that he came there knowing that he had a knife and it was going to be his own little secret, and basically painting the picture as if he came there like, yeah, I got something for anybody who want to fuck with me today. But what I find interesting is that why didn't the defense do enough to paint the picture of the mindset of the Metcalf brothers? Why they felt that they were the authority figures and they had to take matters in their own hand and put hands on somebody to remove them from a tent that they just didn't want under. You know what I mean? They just didn't want them around. Bully shit. Why not paint that picture? Why not call that out? What gave y'all the right? Why didn't y'all go get the coach? Why would Karmelo over there thinking that he's being invited? You know what I mean? Thinking that he is being welcomed. So, of course, the initial interaction is not fear. He's not being led by fear. He over there with his homie trying to stay dry because it's raining. The homie that invited his ass over there. So you still can't even discuss the mindset when you have all of those factors to consider. But you don't want to consider the factor of the mindset of the twin that came over there and bothered him for absolutely no reason. That shit is fucked up.
You've heard it over and over and over. Provoke. You can't provoke your way into using deadly force. When Austin just simply shoved you.
But because what everybody is saying is that the shoving, the physical altercation part of it started with those twins. So how the fuck did Karmelo provoke anything? No witnesses said, oh yeah, Karmelo got up first and got in their face, and that's when the shove happened. Karmelo sitting down minding it. How are they running with the narrative that he provoked it when there were no witnesses that said that he did? He responded to being provoked. He responded after being provoked. But they're painting the picture he provoked automatically because he had a knife that nobody knew about, or a pocket switchblade, or whatever, you know, those little tools, little tool blades, little Boy Scout blades, or whatever. That's what he had, apparently. So it's just like, what?
So then he goes back and he repeats, and I made a note. Well, he said, I'm going to rely on my opening statements. And if you've been following me, I've already covered his opening statements. When he said, Karmelo Anthony took a knife and he thrust it into the heart of Austin Metcalf. That's what the evidence proves. And he used the phrase, Karmelo Anthony went from 0 to 100.
Oh,
how come he just didn't leave?
My God. And that was, oh my God. At this point, everything is racist. Everything has a racial bias and a racial undertone. That was a microaggression. 0 to 100 real quick. That's we know where that came from. That's a urban phrase, if you will. Started with a Drake song, right? He went 0 to 100 real quick. That's all a super biased, all white jury in there. And these were middle-aged jurors. When I say there were no peers on that jury for Karmelo, there were absolutely no peers. You can't say this is a jury of his peers when they're all middle-aged, non-black people, 40s, 50s. That 40 and 50-year-old has a bigoted, biased mindset, especially being in the state that they were in that state of Texas. But it's just sickening to me how these lawyers can use certain languages and pull from, urban dictionaries, if you will, to try to further paint a negative light over a black person in the middle of the court. 0 to 100, that was intentional, is what I'm trying to say.
To retreat it.
And she said, why couldn't he just leave? Why the fuck does he have to leave? Who are them to tell him that he has to leave anywhere? If it wasn't a coach, an authority figure, a parent, or whatever have you, an adult, why the fuck he got to listen to them? And we got kids talking to kids. A teenager come up to me and tell my teenage ass, you need to leave. I'm gonna be like, bitch, fuck you. We just gonna be arguing. So why is the assumption that another kid is going to automatically listen to another kid just because they said something or told them to remove themselves? He gonna buck up just like they bucking up. Buck back at least. They're like, you leave? He's like, I ain't leaving shit. Fuck you. Which he doesn't have to.
He said the video tells a story. It's a series of snapshots that the defense wants to attack, but the video tells you the story. And the video was supported by eyewitness. They corroborated Karmelo Anthony's actions. He said, and you can't get to manslaughter unless you acquit him unanimously of murder. You can't even consider manslaughter unless you all agree that he's not guilty of murder. And the defense wants to talk self-defense. You don't get to meet a shove with a stab. You can't provoke an encounter and then use deadly force. And all of these witnesses have said Karmelo Anthony provoked Austin Metcalf. And if you find that Karmelo Anthony provoked, then self-defense is off the table. It must.
So are they saying that Karmelo provoked because he said, touch me and see what happens, after he was told that he would be touched, after he was surrounded? Because he didn't physically provoke anyone first. They did. Oh my God.
Come off the table. He said, let's talk proportionality. Force proportionality. You can't meet a shove with a deadly stab. It has to be in proportion to the act committed against you. Yeah, they're talking about the size differentiation, but that's not going to work in this case. You can't kill because somebody's bigger than you. And then he moved on from that very quickly, and he goes on into a reasonable doubt. And I put, quote, ordinary/prudent. He says an ordinary, prudent, reasonable person. When you consider reasonable doubt, would you or me, he says, we're talking ordinary, prudent, reasonable people, would you have stabbed Austin Metcalf? So that's what it means beyond a reasonable doubt, what an ordinary, prudent, reasonable person would have done. What would be ordinary to do in this case? Mm-hmm. And then I made a small note. And I just want to give you my note. My note says, the problem is you have to think like a child. I get what he's saying as adults, and he's speaking to the jury, but I made a small note. The problem is you have to think like a child. So anywho, he shifts to self-defense. He says self-defense must be immediately necessary in order to get this as self-defense? Was it immediately necessary for Karmelo Anthony to stab Austin Metcalf? He said, you have video evidence. And then he said, Karmelo Anthony was not surrounded. And there were no defensive wounds from Austin Metcalf. You know why? Because he didn't see it coming.
What?
Let's focus on his actions after murder. What was his actions after the murder? Because that is indicative of the mindset. Guilty. He said his mindset after the murder. You heard people say, he touched me, he touched me. If he was really surrounded, why didn't he yell for help? So don't buy into his lie. Go back to the police reports. Go back to Karmelo's words. He said, he touched me, not they touched me.
But once he was touched, once he touched him, other boys followed. The brother was amping him up, other friends in there, egging it on. And then in the middle of it, at that point, they're probably away from the tent. It's like in the middle of being jumped, even though there are teachers around. And that's another thing. They're saying, oh, well, why didn't he yell for help? No teachers were paying attention when this was all going down. There's a whole tussle and scuffle going on. And nowhere on the grounds does the teacher take notice at all. The defense was just so lazy. It was there's so many questions that could have been asked to come to a better conclusion, to combat everything that the other side was saying.
He said witnesses, their testimonies were not consistent. No, they were not. But they all said that Karmelo was in the wrong and that Karmelo committed murder.
Yeah, because they were told to say that.
He says, listen, I'm telling you, Karmelo Anthony had it in his mind, focus on his mindset, what he was going to do. They told you, the witnesses told you that Austin Metcalf was not angry. He was frustrated, and he likely pushed Karmelo. And I made a note, and I said, oh, the state painted Austin Metcalf as a gentle giant. Now,
he was likely frustrated and probably shoved. That's assault. Huh? That's literally. So why didn't the defense say, okay, you're telling, my client that you don't get to stab somebody just because you were shoved, and Austin didn't get to shove somebody just because he was fucking frustrated. The fuck? Every action has a reaction, and you can't determine how somebody is going to respond after you physically put your hands on them. Shoving me, that's assault. A push. He was frustrated. This shit is sick, man. I pray to God. I know, fast forward, we're going to get to it. I know they have found an appeal. They better not play this time, because I'm a little irritated with. I'm trying to understand their reasoning for going the route that they did, and we'll get there. I'm gonna go a little bit more with Queen Sheba, and then we'll keep it going. Thank y'all so much for being here. We got 80 people in the box. I hope y'all getting them likes up. But your auntie, let me give y'all a round of applause real quick for being here on this lovely Friday. We got to break this shit down, y'all, because it's bullshit. It's just bullshit from beginning to end.
That's it. That wraps up closing arguments by both the state and the defense.
Thank you.
And that's how I give what's happening in the courtroom. And
Period.
Just because another side that's handpicked, or another content creator or independent journalist that you like decides not to give it to you, don't you ever come over here and accuse me of lying.
I will pray for you, but if you get on my nerve, I will cuss you smooth out. My mouth ain't under control yet. and I can throw these cans. And let me tell you something, if I get my hands on...
Shout out to Queen Sheba. If y'all want to go see the rest of that video, you can. It's about 2 hours long. I just wanted to play y'all like the first 30 minutes because it gave you the closing statements and just to see how crazy those last statements were. And when you are limited the actual evidence for the defense with those closing statements, yeah, that jury is going to lean into what the fuck he's saying. And that's completely unfair. Completely unfair. A whole ass railroaded case from beginning to end. It freaking sucks. But let's get into the second video of how the verdict came down, what was said once it all went down. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Give me 2 seconds. Get the likes up, y'all. I'll be right back. Okay, y'all, my bad. I'm back. All right, so let's get into the next video real quick. I just had to make sure I saved so many videos. I wanted to make sure I pull the right one up for y'all. So let's get into what the verdict said once Karmelo was convicted. Make sure y'all get the likes up, please. And let's see. All right, let's play it. Shout out to CBS News.
Attorneys for the Texas teenager convicted of stabbing a fellow high school student athlete to death have filed a notice of appeal. A jury sentenced 19-year-old Karmelo Anthony to 35 years in prison for the fatal stabbing of Austin Metcalf earlier this week. His legal team argued it was self-defense. CBS News correspondent Jonah Kaplan sat down exclusively with Anthony's parents after the verdict came down. They spoke about the trial, their son, and the divisions in the Texas suburb.
My son didn't intend to hurt anyone. My son was defending himself.
It took less than 3 hours for a jury to reject 19-year-old Karmelo Anthony's claims of self-defense in the stabbing death of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. Prosecutors argued Anthony intentionally killed Metcalf after being taunted and shoved by Metcalf and his teammates at a high school track meet.
Take us inside that courtroom. What stuck out to you?
What stuck out to me, number one, was the all-white jury. But I was trying to be, like, all right, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, the truth is on our side.
At the sentencing hearing, the defense called only one witness on Anthony's behalf.
And that pisses me off, because when you walk into when you know that it's an all-white jury, why did you figure that was going to work out in your favor? Where in the history of life where you can see that when a black man is on trial for murder and his claim is self-defense and it's an all-white jury, that it's going to somehow work in his favor, especially in a city like Texas or in the state of Texas? I'm really confused. So we're going to break down the parents. This is like their first interview, and then we'll do the other one on the Breakfast Club, because it's mind-boggling to me. I want to know who these parents were talking to, who was advising them, and why didn't their defense attorney? Well, why am I asking that? We know why. We know why the defense attorney didn't fight. We know why.
His mother, Kayla Hayes.
What did you tell the jury?
To have mercy on my son.
What do you say to his grieving family?
It's unfortunate to where nobody wins. We've all been hurt by this. Everybody.
That poor boy is fixing to experience a life that I would not wish upon anyone.
Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff, called Anthony's sentencing bittersweet.
What it boils down to for me is this. Austin will never walk through that door again and never give me a hug.
The case drew national attention, prompting protests in support of both teens. And both families involved say they've received threats.
This morning, had multiple emails, texts, threatening me, calling me all sorts of names.
During our interview, the Anthonys made a point to call back one man they say continues to dox them.
Why you calling me that?
To make fun of you.
Both families urged supporters to tame their...
And my thing is this. Why are y'all calling Karmelo's family when Karmelo is in jail? Y'all got the W. He's put away. Why is the family still being harassed? Because they want to appeal? Because it was clearly an unfair jury, unfair trial? So they want to take it to an appeals court? That's why y'all mad? And to send death threats, though. And where's the proof that the MetClaff family was receiving death threats? And who's sending them? I just, like, since when do niggas do that? You know what I mean? Like, I've known us to protest. I've known us to speak out. I've known us to march. But calling people and sending death threats, I need to see proof of that. To these white folks, I don't believe it.
Emotions.
I forgave him.
Now, this is the father, right? This is post the verdict. This is his energy. I forgave him. I'm good. Oh, how the tables have turned.
People need to understand about forgiveness. Forgiveness was not for him. Forgiveness was for me, so I don't carry the rage, the hate, and that around. It will eat me up like cancer.
I don't carry the rage, the hate around. It'll eat me up like cancer. Remember that he said that, because he's a fucking liar. The rage and hate been in you. Yeah, it's been there. Nice try, though.
At the end of the day, there's nothing we can say or do for people to accept it.
I'm Jonah Kaplan in McKinney, Texas.
CBS News legal contributor Caroline Polisi joins us now to break down the...
All right, y'all. So that was the immediate response afterwards. Now let's get into the video of them at the Breakfast Club, because this is what I thought was interesting, right? They had this interview and they were saying, you know, they were basically bamboozled, hoodwinked, you know, confused. They were advised to say this, that, and the third. And then when I caught wind of what Charleston White was saying, I'm like, are y'all motherfuckers really listening to Charleston White? Now, if Charleston White is being genuine about what he's doing right now, trying to make it seem like, you know, he's for the family, trying to save the family, you know, putting up money for the family, then okay, I'll fuck with that. But to find out that he was the one who advised you not to fight back on the all-white jury, to accept the white-ass district the attorney that was supposed to be up his defense, and y'all listen to it. Let's just watch, y'all. Fair use. Oh wait, y'all gonna get me with the fair use for Breakfast Club again? God damn it.
Yeah, wake up.
But tell us, who is he? What kind of person?
Y'all, do I gotta do another video because of this fair use shit? They're gonna strike me down. Oh, another super chat. Thank you so much. What's up, Jazz Gorgeous? P.S. Why nobody recorded the incident at the track? All them teenagers and nobody recorded who did the scuffle and who did what in the scuffle. Suspicious. They did record that shit. That's why they took everybody's phones and only gave a grainy ass video of surveillance that nobody could really make out, and that they were able to manipulate to say, well, actually just watch this part, not this part, not when it actually came in, not when it actually came out. You know what I mean? There were phones involved, right? And y'all keep saying it wasn't an all-white jury. Just because they weren't white doesn't mean that they were people of color, doesn't mean that they were black. There were no black people on that jury. That's the point. That's the point. There were no blacks on that jury. Okay? All right, let me see. I hate playing the audio. I want to see the faces. All right, let's play it.
Person is he? What kind of son is he at home?
He is a wonderful son. He's a wonderful student.
3.7 GPA. Worked 2 jobs.
I'm sorry, baby, for cutting you off. He was actually taking online classes during all of this and still held a great GPA going through this traumatic time.
He was a kid. If I didn't say it, he was a captain of his track team, football team. He was working 2 jobs. He actually saved a kid's life. That the mom, he jumped in the pool, and saved the kid's life, which was amazing. I didn't know how great he was until this tragedy.
Fast forward just a little bit.
I want to add some things to that.
How cruel the world could be. They have his face plastered all over after he was, while he still was a minor. And it was like, everything was happening. We was getting threats. They doxed us. I was so clueless and so involved in work. I didn't even know what doxing was. They put our address online. And so we had people coming to our home, so we never had to leave in our home. Like they had us in some type of protective thing, whatever, to get us, to keep us safe with our other kids.
Okay, y'all, I'm going to pause this and play another video of them speaking on it so we can see it. And it won't give me a copyright strike because I can't stand doing it this way, y'all. I just can't stand it. I'm going to share this instead. And let's hop to what they actually said and what we want to get to real quick. All right. Thank y'all for being here. Hit the like button, please. All right.
Asking yourselves, is there anything differently? I know, Kayla, you said you wish you had gone to that track meet. Is there anything that you both wish you could have done differently?
I wish I would have just been rebellious. I was told, don't talk to this person. Don't talk to this person. I feel like it was just a setup. Now, they told us, go get white attorneys. Every black person I went to a white attorney. No white attorney to set them up.
They told us, go get a white attorney. Who told you that? Who told you that? In the city and state that you were in, who advised you to only get a white attorney? And furthermore, say it's okay if it's an all-white jury. Who advised you to do that? That's what I want to know. Because why did you listen to that?
Pushed them. Hey, here you go. I mean, no objections. It was things moved so because as a father of me being who I am, I got to make sure she's straight. This mama bear, I got to make sure she's straight mentally because if she's not straight, my house ain't straight. I'm not straight. Then so because I got the kids to worry about. I got to make sure his mental health. I can't go back and forth with him right in there because his mental can handle it. The misunderstanding of what dad is trying to say. This ain't a daddy moment.
You believe your son received a fair trial?
This ain't a daddy moment. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. It just sounds so shifty to me. Something about this response it's just like, what? You want the best outcome for your son, right? So why did you think that going this route was the best way to get the best outcome for your child? Right? That part doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand their logic behind this because you couldn't have thought, right, that this was going to be the best way for your son to see justice. You couldn't have thought that, right? So let's get into a video that I saw with Charleston White, right? So I saw this one video of him first saying that he was wrong about Charleston. I'm sorry, about Karmelo Anthony. Because I guess he had a different he had a different stance on it at first. But after learning more information, he changed his mind. So let's hear what we got to say, and then we're going to break it all down.
Man, I was all the way wrong about that kid. I was all the way wrong about that kid, homie.
Yeah, he was just indicted.
Shout out to C's World Reacts. Thank you so much.
All the way wrong about that kid. I met with his father. I've been meeting with his father regularly. I had opportunity to talk, piece him up. He go beat these charges. I was under the impression that he brought a knife to school. So I take a knife to school, fuck him. He didn't take a knife to school. He didn't even know these two white boys. These two white boys just came over there with him because he was with another kid that knew those white boys. So he a new black kid who these big old white boys, big white boys. He a small frame kid. One of the white boys was on that side, one of the white boys on that side. So either way go, they had him blocked in. And these some big white boys. These are some big, violent, aggressive white boys who got guns.
Okay. So that was the first thing Charleston White said, right? That was the first thing he said. Then I see another video of him kind of going off in the car, right? This was afterwards. Let me show y'all. Hold on. So then I see this video. Hold on, here we go. Here we go.
The judge and the DA are buddies, along with the dad, best friends. That's been our trump card. We've been holding. We already knew that, but we wanted everything to play out how they had it. I can't wait till I walk. The family. We waiting on each other. Yeah. I've been riding with the family, nigga, since day one. I'm sorry, since day 5. Yeah. We already got the money set aside for appeals bond.
So you heard that, right?
Jury, the judge and the DA are buddies, along with the dad, best friends. That's been our trump card. We've been holding. We already knew that. God has spoken, and you cannot make me believe that as many gray-haired white women on that jewelry that's dealing with white guilt about going to heaven is not gonna have no compassion about a kid that's been straight A from the time he's ever read a book in school, has no history of violence, has saved children's lives by risking his own life by jumping in to save somebody from drowning. This kid has no violence. Austin, on the other hand, is a violent brute with some sexual rape allegations hanging on his ass. That's why, man, they coerce them kids. But one thing about kids can't lie to professionals under pressure. When you was told, when you gave a statement in the beginning, you can't come back and amend it later and say, well, I meant. No, what you said that night is law. Back up right up. God has spoken, and you cannot make me believe that is meaning.
All right, so we saw the first video of him apologizing. Then the second video was this, saying that he knows all this information. What's up, Scar Beauty? It's okay. Thank you for being here. The second video is this one. He's basically like, I'm putting up the money. We about to get an appeal, etc., etc., etc. Then I come across this video. Shout out to Music 101. He did a really good. He did a good job capturing this live that Charleston White, I guess, was doing and was talking to somebody, and he said a lot in this video. So let me go ahead and share the tab and let's get into it.
How are you trying to make you believe what I believe? Because I really believe that, fam.
I wish I would have just been rebellious. I was told, don't talk to this person. Don't talk to this person. I feel like it was just a setup.
Yeah, I'm putting up the 75,000 for the kids' appeal.
Karmelo Anthony family spoke out for the first time after his conviction, being charged with murder and sentenced to 35 years. Charleston White called the father and apologized for convincing him that a white jury was going to help set Karmelo Anthony free. But it's more to the story. Make sure y'all smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. It's your boy Music 101, The Street Report, and I'm back with another video. Let's get into it. Charleston White went live and showed something we'd never seen before, and that was compassion, grief for Karmelo Anthony family. He offered to put up $75,000 for Karmelo appeal, but he trying to raise $1 million. Keep watching because you'll understand why later.
Yeah, I'm putting up the 75,000 for the kids' appeal. So yeah.
Yeah, I was just watching a video on that when you called.
Yeah, I'm putting it. They need 150, but I'm putting up 75. But I'm trying to raise $1 million.
Send me the links when you got it.
I will. So I'm finna set up an interview with with the dad.
And y'all, I just don't understand. Why is he so involved right now? Because my whole reasoning for not liking Charleston White is because he's been anti-black for so long. And now all of a sudden, it's like he's jumping onto this case. And I'm trying to understand the correlation here. Because not only did he have this conversation, he got on the phone with Anton Daniels as well. We'll get into that in a second.
Say Cheese TV at a black church with a black pastor who I'm trust, and this will be the mom and dad first time talking. Let me just say this: black people hurt this family.
Let me clear up what Charleston White mean when
black people hurt this family. Black people hurt this family. Can y'all please let me know in the comments what the fuck he means by that? How the hell is this our fault?
he say black people failed his family. For the people that been covering this story from the beginning, they all said it was never about a race situation. This case was never looked at as a racist situation. But once the black community came out and started supporting Karmelo Anthony family and supporting Karmelo Anthony, they started pushing the race card. It's black versus white.
No, black people didn't start that. Them white folks started that shit. The moment that this happened, they painted Karmelo as a thug, as a menace, as a degenerate, as a murderer. He was guilty off the rip. They started this shit. Niggas just responded and came to support. And all of that support made it all tip over.
And that's when this case got intense, when public outrage on both sides, and it got ugly. I thought I recorded the full live, but I didn't. But shortly after, Charleston White started wiping his eyes and holding his head down. And the reason for Charleston White was in contact with the family, giving them advice. According to the next clip, Charleston White apologized for telling the father a white jury was going to set Karmelo free. But make sure you keep watching, because what the dad said after may be the real reason Charleston White feel bad. Wait, this video is sponsored by Free Cash, the app that's literally paying people to play games. Anyway,
I feel stupid for even calling you, trying to make you believe what I believe. Because I really believe that, fam. Nigga, I don't want to get my own people trying to convince black people white.
So he's on the line with the father right now. That's why I'm like, what's going on? What's going on?
White people is good, homie. But all white people ain't bad. Why? I ain't never met a bunch of bad white people. So when I saw all white jury, I called you and told you, have no fear. White people ain't that bad. I had faith in it all.
Where are the receipts? Why would you send that man off like that? Why would you send this family off like that? All white people ain't bad. When have they ever earned our belief to believe that they are on our side? When have they ever earned our trust as a collective? Yeah, we got some white people that be on our side, that advocate for us, that are allies to us. But when, as a collective, have these white folks ever earned our trust to the point where you call this father that is trying to get his son a fair trial in the state of Texas, that when you saw an all-white jury, you thought, have no fear? It's like he's double-minded, because at one minute you're talking about, anti-black shit, but at the same time, you also talking about racism and the things that happen with that. But then all of that gets blurred when it comes to a black person on trial, a black boy on trial. And now you're looking at white folks on a jury with a white judge and a white lawyer that just unalived a white boy. You thought that he would be safer in that way? And my thing is, what leads you to believe that? Where's the track record of this being a thing? That was so dumb.
White jury, didn't I? Didn't I? Man, listen, I feel horrible because I tried to strengthen your faith with my faith in white people, homie. I told you, man, that white jury.
What the fuck is this strengthening the faith in the white people? Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? Why do they deserve that? What? Why we always gotta be the ones to just accept and hope for the best when they have never given us any reason to believe anything otherwise? I'm tired.
Go do right by her. I told you that, homie, and I believed it. I feel foolish.
You should.
I feel stupid for even calling you, trying to make you believe what I believe. Because I really believe that, fam. Nigga, I don't went against my own people trying to convince black people, white people is good, homie.
Why?
Only to look like a fool.
Yeah.
In such a case.
What the fuck? Why? Who told you to do that? Who told you to do that? Why would you involve yourself with a case so serious, like the one in Karmelo's case? Why would you concern yourself with this case only to lead him down the wrong path? Why are you taking this moment to try to restore faith in black folks about white people? Why? What the? That did not help. And yes, you didn't help anything. And now you're looking fucking dumb. I am baffled by this. Because when have any of these white people, and these white influencers and these white celebrities, they were real quiet. You don't hear a peep out of this community other than being racist against Karmelo. But that white community is not coming to the defense of Karmelo like that. So why the fuck are you advocating to restore faith in white people when for what? For what? Why that? I don't even know what I'm saying right now.
It's hard to defend. It's hard to defend what we see, homie.
Hey,
when they defend the Chinese man, George Floyd laid on the ground, homie, and didn't flinch, and white people had no compassion for him. So why would I expect them to have compassion for a kid who has epilepsy, like an autistic kid? This kid has saved more children's lives as a kid unintentionally than he ever thrown a punch or had a fight. I paid for a training to teach the kid how to throw a punch last year. The kid don't even know how to throw a punch, man. I paid a trainer to go teach him how to fight. And you know what the trainer said? Homie, fight ain't in him. He a good kid. Even the trainer said that ain't in him, homie. So he didn't go back to train him no more. Teach him to be good. He a good kid. Damn. Man, I can't believe those white homie. Man, listen, we're gonna make it right. And one thing I know about the white man, the only way to beat him is you can beat him with his law. I did. I served time for white man. Bragged about it. I've committed some of the most. I ain't got nothing on my record. No felony conviction, no what. And I got a murder for a white man. So if white people can do that for me, they'll do it for your.
This is not helping them. This is not helping their case. They should not be fucking talking to you about anything? Why are you online bragging about you feeling good about unaliving someone? To a father that is trying to fight for the freedom of his kid that just unalived someone. What is going on? Is he slow? Is he a little off? Because I honestly thought he was, like the way his eyes be moving and his mannerisms and stuff. Sometimes you'll be like, okay, maybe he got a little bit of sense. Well, what sense did this make? All they have to do is look at who look at who he listens to. Look at who he is aligning with. He aligns with people that are proud to kill white people. Oh my God. Please, family of Karmelo Anthony, stop talking to this man. Because at this point, it just seems like clout. And I think somebody said it in the chat. Charleston White has said before that he plays a character. And if he is playing a character right now for clout off of this family, I'm sick as hell. I'm sick as hell. It gotta be. It's like, what? You're also, making this case worse. When they take this shit to an appellate court, you don't need to be anywhere around. You don't need to be anywhere around that. You're gonna fuck everything up. You're talking too much. You're saying too much. And you're giving all the wrong advice. Like, and why is the father? And that's another thing. This family, all black family, where are your family members? Where were they at? You know what I mean? To be like, hey cuz, hey bro, hey sis, nah. You need to ask more questions. You need to ask your defense attorney to argue against this jury. This shit don't make no damn sense. And that's why when I was watching, I'm like, I don't want to say what exactly is on my mind right now, but y'all, you've heard of I just don't trust nothing anymore. But you've heard of a false flag, right? I'm not saying this is that. I'm not. But when I see this shit play out, nothing makes sense. None of it makes sense. It seems like you're playing in my motherfucking face. Something about this shit is not right. Something about this is not fully honest. Well, we know that. But I'm just saying the way like things are happening, how did this family, and so what? I thought attorneys are supposed to advise you not to talk to certain people about your case. Don't they do that? Don't they advise you? Don't talk to nobody. Only talk to me if somebody is reaching out to you, media, PR, whatever the case may be. You run them by me first. How did Charleston get access to this family to say all the wrong shit to them? That don't make no sense. Thank you so much, Trail Mix, with the $2 super chat. Says Charleston does something strange for a white man. Yeah. Something's just off. Yeah, it got to be like an agent. Maybe not a false flag, but like, was he sent? Was he sent to this family? Because like, how did this even occur? How did this connection happen? And why are they running with his logic? I don't understand.
Front page paper. My brother, my homeboy killed the nigga. I'm the only black man I know that ever served time for killing a white man. Stood over and watched him die. That's a badge of honor to me. And white people can't take that from me. So during these times when I close my eyes, my heart smiles. Because I done something I know they wish I was dead for. They can't take that from me. And guess what? Your boy got the same thing when he lay in the bed and smile and feel weak. He can feel strong. His nature kicked in when he was afraid and scared. When he was afraid and scared of them two big bully white boys, his nature kicked in. And nature's first rule is to self-preserve. So he was too afraid to stand up and face the bullies. So he sat there subservient. Sitting down is a sign of submission. So he was already submitting to the white boys. When they tried to come put their hands on him, his fear in nature kicked in. He didn't have a knife. Hey, listen, your lawyers were supposed to object to every time they mentioned a knife for it to be on record. It wasn't a knife. It was a multi-fashional tool.
Multi-tool.
That the state of Texas, listen.
And my thing is this: why are you on live right now having this very heated, passionate conversation with the father of Karmelo Anthony? Nah. Something ain't right, y'all. Because if this was really how you felt, there's no need to go live. There's no need to make it content. Because you're saying you're speaking like this to the father as if you standing in that courtroom defending Karmelo. Why? On your live.
Because if it was a knife, he would have 15 or 20 more years for bringing a weapon to school. That's the smoking gun. If it was a knife, it wouldn't be 30 years. It'd be 60. Because the knife enhances it for bringing a weapon around children to a school. The judge wasn't supposed to let that lingo into the courtroom. This is not a knife. Correction. I object, Your Honor. It wasn't a knife. I object, Your Honor. It wasn't a knife. It was a tool. And kids pack it to school in elementary. How did it become a knife with a knife? Because it's a.
And the father just listening. The father just facts. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. What? Facts? You need to hang up that phone on this man. Because they're going to use this shit against you. Y'all trying to appeal this damn sentencing. They're going to use this. Don't you associate with Charleston White, who's proud to kill white people? So what if, how do I know that that's not the same indoctrination you put on your child to make him want to get a proud moment? What?
Two, just like a is dangerous with knowledge, that's what makes us dangerous, knowing what they know. So my mama sent me to know what white people know. I'm smarter than any white person you can pick before my face. I know more than they know.
Hang up the phone.
I know everything about white people and black people. History, science, English, math, technology. I went to every school white people went to.
What?
I didn't want to know nothing black people know. That's how
you went to every school white people went to. What the fuck is going on? How do you go to every school? What are you talking about? This is what's scaring me, y'all, because it's always the ignorant folks that are the loudest in the motherfucking room. That this is going viral. This shit is going viral. And this is not a good look for this family. Oh my God, y'all. Because I didn't see all of this. I saw it. I'm like, okay, yeah, we're going to talk about this shit. This shit is crazy.
Got so many guns and black people don't. That's why I talk politics and black people don't. That's why I talk law. Can't no white man beat me. That's why I ain't got no felony convictions. And I brag about the shit I've done with nothing on my record. I could be lying. It ain't on my record, but I've done it. And they know it too.
Oh my God.
My mind and my...
What the fuck? I don't like. Are you fucking for real, bro? Like, are you serious? Are you serious? This is not going to end well. This is not going to end well. They need to remove themselves from this man immediately. Because the more I'm hearing him talk, this ain't about genuine concern for Karmelo. No, you're trying to infiltrate this space right now with this family to exalt yourself in some kind of way and saying all the wrong shit that can work against this family. Oh my God, please stop talking to him.
My mouth is more dangerous than that courtroom. They know it. Why? I can overturn law.
This is so
We
stupid.
got juvenile life without parole abolished in America. It took us a few years to do it, but we got it done. I ain't lost shit, school. I ain't lost yet, school. And I got the world paying attention to what I'm saying, good or bad. Just like I got Aiden Ross to donate to the MetClaff family, I got people working on millions.
Wait, what? Huh? So you was Team Metcalf family to the point where you got other people to donate money to them, and now you just, no, I don't trust it. No.
I got people working on getting you $1 million like they got Chud without going through GoFundMe. That's how connected I am as a black man in America. I got white friends, politician friends, rapper friends, acting friends. And I'm gonna use it for you, fam. You have $30,000 before Saturday. I'm putting up $75,000 to start the appeal process for your son.
Don't take it.
You have 29 days, 28 days to be exact. I just need Mitch Nolte to file the appeal. I already got an appellate lawyer ready to go to write the entire thing. Collin County is done what I thought they was. I thought at least they'll put one black on the jury. But I told you something about that judge. I told you that judge is not going to let it happen like that, right?
And why would you say that?
Carmelo Anthony, mom.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? How you know the judge or what his intentions are to guarantee that the judge, you sent this family off. Oh my God, Carmelo Anthony's family, please, hear me now. Stay the fuck away from this man. Don't take no more calls from him. From the very start, if y'all are because y'all did say we were told not to get a black lawyer, we were told, and now he's saying that he told y'all not to only go with a white lawyer, a white jury, and to believe into have faith in this white judge. And each and every time, y'all have lost the plot. Nothing he said is sticking. Nothing he has said has ever worked in your favor. Please. Distance yourself, disassociate yourself immediately. Abandon fucking ship. If you're gonna appeal it, y'all need to block this man immediately. It's not gonna work out for you. It's not. After all of this, hell fucking.
And father sat down with Mimi Brown TV and expressed how they felt after the verdict. And the father said something that caught the internet attention. The dad said he was told to get a white lawyer, and the internet think that advice came from Charleston White. That's why he willing to put up $75,000 for the appeal, and why he felt so bad.
So do you believe your son received a fair trial?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. And we're going to keep fighting. Mm-hmm. We will not stop fighting for justice for my son.
And as parents, have you all struggled with guilt, asking yourselves, is there anything differently? I know, Kayla, you said you wish you had gone to that track meet. Is there anything that you both wish you could have done differently?
I wish I would have just been rebellious. I was told, don't talk to this person. Don't talk to this person. I feel like it was just a setup. Now,
you think?
Told us, go get white attorneys. Every black person I went to a white attorney. No white attorney set them up. Pushed them. Hey, here you go. I mean, no objections. It was things smooth. So because as a father of me being who I am, I got to make sure she's straight. This mama.
So we heard that part already, y'all. But this shit, bro, is he like what? You wish you could have been more rebellious. Your son is on trial for first-degree murder, right? They're already railroading him. They're already setting it up for him to fail. You should have been rebellious from the fucking start. What is wrong? And it's no shade to this family. I'm sorry. It's no shade to this family because I can't imagine. But the way I would be flipping tables, there would have been no fucking way. No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. No, I'm raising whatever hell I need to raise before we start this trial until you get a jury of his actual peers on this election. No, I would have. I don't know what you can do to stop it, but we would have did something. It wouldn't have just been, I'm gonna just let everybody tell me what to do. Where is your passion and your vigor to do what's right for your son outside of what everybody else is telling you to do? This is very unfortunate.
Yeah, I gotta make sure she's straight mentally, because if she's not straight, my house ain't straight. I'm not straight. Then so I got the kids to worry about. Gotta make sure his mental health. I can't go back and forth with him right then there because his mental can handle it. The misunderstanding of what daddy's trying to tell you. This ain't a daddy moment.
Now, I don't know if Charleston White told him to get the white lawyer, what Charleston White's exact role was in this situation, but Charleston White made it clear once he found out the truth about Karmelo Anthony, because as y'all know, before, Charleston White was on Austin McCaff's side.
The white family that their black boy killed, Aiden donated to the white family. I did too. Because I thought the killed the white boy. I thought he took a knife to school, but he didn't.
And that's when I saw you spoke to the family.
Mm-hmm.
And once he found out the facts, once he got in contact with the family, then his opinion changed. He started rooting for Karmelo Anthony. He even hired Karmelo Anthony's dad and was paying him. Charleston White said he wanted to do it just to put money in his pocket to help support the family. But Karmelo Anthony's family was getting death threats. So the father could no longer tour with Charleston White and make money. So he went back home. But like I was saying, I don't know the role that Charleston White played in this Karmelo Anthony situation on the legal end. But when it comes to situation like this, when it comes to making life-changing decisions, this is the best advice I can give y'all. You make that decision. You gather all the information that you could, and you make that decision on your own. Because if it do crumble, if it do go left, you have nobody to blame but you. But when you let someone else make that decision, it's always room to put the blame on someone else. And you never want to put a life decision in someone else's hands.
Yeah, and that's what exactly. And shout out to this content creator. Let me go ahead and subscribe right now. Music 101. I really appreciate the breakdown that you did. Continue to do your thing, black man. But yeah, like, what? And the fact that your lawyer, right, exactly, Pisces, hired the dad to do what? And the fact that the lawyer is just allowed, that's just how you know that lawyer didn't give a fuck. He never wanted to give a fuck. He never began to give a fuck. Everybody was in cahoots. Because the lawyer that's going to fight for your kid, and I saw somebody else in the chat, it's always good to find a lawyer that not only knows the judge, knows the DA, like knows everybody that they need to know, but also is passionate about fighting for your child or fighting for you. They ended up with a damn lawyer that was already on the opposite side of the fence. He didn't care. He just had to show up and do his job at bare minimum. And I heard this was a very good attorney, but he used his skill set to not do a good job, just so the outcome can be what it was, because clearly everybody was in cahoots to do so. I want to play one more video that I found. This one is with House Hypocrites. Again, y'all know he be on it, okay? He be on it. And this was mind-boggling to me. So now we have the worst person in the world to be involved with this case. Anton Daniels, who was a nigga that can't stand black people, can't stand black men, has talked shit about Karmelo Anthony and his family in this case. Now Charleston White has called this man to do what? I don't fucking know. But let's hear this weird ass conversation and also get into the mannerisms. Get into the mannerisms and the facial expressions of Anton, because it's very telling. These niggas don't care for real. They don't care at all. But let's get into it. Shout out to House of Hypocrites, always on the money with the content.
Weapon.
Make sure y'all hit the like button.
White people don't feel the same about George Zimmerman that they do about the kid Karmelo Anthony. There's a journalist named Jim Lane stood outside the courtroom all week long, publicly saying if he walk out of there innocent, they're gonna shoot him in the head. So I sit in my prayer closet, God said, that's why I had to let him be guilty. They were gonna kill him. They were gonna kill him, homie.
Charleston White crying on the phone with why of all niggas you want to call Anton Daniels? What the fuck he gonna do to help?
Karmelo Anthony. Kill that baby. They was gonna kill him. They made declarations outside of the courtroom. And what was black people online arguing about each other? This family have moved 8 times in less than 2 years from death threats.
Karmelo Anthony has been sentenced to 35 years in prisons for the murder of Austin Metcalf. Charleston White, someone that's working with the family closely, called into Anton Daniels' show, and it was extremely emotional to a point where Charleston White started to cry.
But were those real tears though? It's like everything is so performative because of, like I'm saying, like of all the people, you should be trying to research better lawyers for this appeal. But you want to call content creators that loves downgrading and disrespecting the very community that you're calling yourself trying to help? This is all bad. It's all bad.
Listen to what he has to say.
Hey, I'm on a live stream. What's going on, big dog?
Oh man, I'm in the closet crying, homie. This kid is innocent. I've been with this family since day one.
You talking about the Karmelo Anthony kid?
I was calling you with the dad on the phone. I want you to interview them. I want people spoke on it. Man, I've been with the family since this happened because I went against the family.
I can bring him on tomorrow. You talk the dad of Karmelo Anthony?
Fuck no. And look at his face. I can bring him on tomorrow to talk to the dad of Karmelo Anthony. All Anton is going to do is use that as an opportunity to condemn Karmelo Anthony's father. Why would your son come to school with a knife? Why? That's what he's going to do. He's not there to lend a hand, lend advice. What do they need to interview with Anton for at all in the first place? For what? What good is that going to do for the family? Again, Karmelo Anthony's family, please do not listen to this nigga Charleston and have you talking to a nigga like Anton Daniels to exploit you for clout, content, clicks, and views. Because that's all they're trying to do. This nigga is up here smirking. Look at his face. Potato head ass face. He doesn't care.
Yeah, Karmelo, dad, I want you to interview the mom and dad. Homie, this kid has no blemish. He's a real lamb. When we think about the lamb, homie, he's a real lamb. Fleece is white as snow. He has no blemish.
But and what's also pissing me off about Charleston, because you jumped to a conclusion before you had all the information. Now you want to backtrack. Had you had sat still and gathered all the information before making a judgment on Karmelo's family, you wouldn't be doing all this backpedaling and talking and shit. But you wanted to assume the worst because it fit your narrative at that moment. You wanted to get other racists to donate, because isn't Aiden Ross, I feel like that name is clicking. Ain't he a little content creator that be on some racist shit? You wanted to get other racists to donate to the Metcalf family. Then you find out, oh my God, he was innocent. Why couldn't you have just chilled the fuck out? This is why I'm saying you're an agent of chaos. You're not really here to help nobody. This is scary. And there's a real life on the line to try to get a fair trial, because I am not over here saying that he should not be held accountable for doing what he did, but the sentencing was extreme. It does not fit the crime, and he was given a flat out unfair trial. That's what we're advocating for. But this shit right here, this is not going to help the case.
He has no blemish, homie. They wouldn't even let the fact that these 2 white boys, 6-something, almost 200 pounds, are trained mixed martial artists. You got one on one side. These boys are bar-hand destroyers. The one he killed broke his daddy collarbone. These kids have a reputation of sexual misconduct, drugs, alcohol, guns. They are terrifying.
That is down in the area where you was born and raised too.
I've been here. I told.
Anton don't give a fuck. Anton, you don't give a fuck. He was enjoying this. He was enjoying all this. Look at me, Charleston White, calling me about Carmelo Anthony's case. Look at me, everybody. Clout.
Every black person in the beginning, I won against the family. You know why? When I looked on the press conference when that killing happened, he's standing with a bunch of civil rights activists, civil rights lawyers, not criminal. I got
talking about the father and the son.
The black people, they don't know where to get a lawyer from. They've never been in trouble before.
Yeah.
The lawyers showed up. Why? Because the black people came with a narrative that white people hadn't put out yet, that this was about race.
Said that, and a lot of people did. So this is a nuance between Karmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf. Their interaction wasn't a race-based interaction. Austin Metcalf was just a bully. Because Austin Metcalf had his black friends under the tent.
But we've learned that the father of Austin Metcalf is a racist, right? And we'll get to what the fuck he said. So who's to say that the motivation behind bullying, particularly Karmelo in that instance, wasn't led by his inherent racism that he has learned from his father? It could have been racially charged from the very beginning, just based on their upbringing alone and how they bully people and how they chose to bully Karmelo
as well. You know what I'm saying?
Going on one tribe,
Austin Metcalf was just a bully.
Hit the light.
We, the media, made it about race. And I'm saying we because I know myself, I knew this was going to come down to this black and white shit when it came to court. But once the civil rights leaders stepped in, they made it about a black and white thing instead of looking at the nuance of it and saying, hey, we want this child to get the best results when it comes to his punishment. We're not
and maybe they had to bring in the civil rights leader, the civil rights activist, because they assessed the situation and felt that the only way to get the best result from this child, because we see how this is being set up, he's going to need extra backup. We can't just put this in anybody's hands, even though that's what the fuck they did.
I'm not trying to necessarily say he's gonna get off the hook, but the defense didn't put up a great enough argument for the kid to get up. I'm not even just saying just trying to get up off the hook. Judge this man fairly, man. The Casey Allen kid, white kid, stabbed somebody and got away with it, man. Basically, they gave him 2 years. 17-year-old white boy stabbed the kid in the bathroom of a school, an actual school, multiple times, and they gave him 2 years negligent homicide. All we saying is be fair with Karmelo Anthony as well.
Issues had nothing to do with race. 2 white boys bullying a new nigga that was favorable to everybody. They said he wasn't supposed to be under the tent. He had every right to be under the tent. He was just under the same tent last week with these same kids. You know who wouldn't get the tent? The Metcalf brothers. Why? They were the ones suspended. So that's why the narrative come in and saying Karmelo was suspended. He wasn't supposed to be on the tent. No, the Metcalf brothers.
You know what else is sick about that? Anton knows he is anti Karmelo Anthony, but he is still willing to exploit this family for his own sinister motives. That's how sick this man is. You're not there to advocate for them. You're not there to try to console, help them, show compassion or empathy. You're there to exploit. You're looking for an opportunity. This is what he does. This is what he's been doing. Anytime there's an opportunity to exploit somebody around him, he takes it. We've seen it in real time.
Were suspended a week prior. That's why when they showed up, They hadn't seen the nigga. Everybody else was comfortable with it being there, except the two bullies who scared everybody.
Because a real nigga would be like, hey, I think he deserved what he got. I feel like he deserved to be in jail. I don't think I should be the one talking to that family. Well, he won't do that though, right? No, of course not.
The coach didn't give them permission to run nothing. Children can't run anything over children, and this is other schools here. The MetClaff brothers was just coming back to school from their suspension from the track meet. The coach texted him to keep good leadership.
And mind you, Charleston White don't know he's being recorded at this particular point, right? But they had that kind of friendship. Anton Daniels is going to allow, give him a heads up that you being recorded. But Charleston White don't know he's being recorded, so he's speaking authentically to Anton Daniels.
Not run nothing.
Yeah.
They had to use that text to make it like they gave him authorization. How would Karmelo know he has authorization to tell him to move and he's physically trying to move me?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll talk to the father.
So hear me out. These black people, these civil rights lawyers, this is what we do to one another. The Ben Crumps, the Lee Marys, all these motherfucking people, y'all think somebody, nigga, they play their ambulance chasers. That black man and his family, black people throughout the country, gave their money and not their hearts and attention to this family. And they raised a GoFundMe up so high, they made this family a target to every black lawyer, civil rights. Look, they got $800,000 in a GoFundMe. They could never get the right kind of lawyer. Why? They paying for the money, and that's what happened to this family. So you got the black community activists go out to a redneck town with a liberal mindset, liberal lawyers, with no power in this cracker town. You got to go get a good boy from now. They got somebody from the outside to go fight inside. And none of them people in that courtroom respected them docile ass crackers in there.
I just spoke with I was just talking with Sean Kent. Sean Kent is a lawyer. I just interviewed him on a live. You on a live too, C, just to let you know.
So let me finish it because I gotta get this out, homie.
No, go ahead. Do your thing.
Black people did this playing race.
Okay, I still think it's kind of like, come on, bro. I know y'all got that type of relationship, bro, but like everything is not meant to be on the internet. How ironic I'm saying this. They kept it up though. You feel me? You kept it up, and Charleston White ain't got no issue with it, but I don't know. Did he warn him that he was on live, or he just started recording? Not start recording, but just put the phone up to the mic. Like, I don't know, bro.
Yeah, this was all definitely a game.
They took away from the fact that these was actually two children and not two racist boys. These was two children at a sports event. Have you noticed we haven't heard no children speak, whether they need counseling, therapy for the aftermath of a death in front of them? They went out there and silenced every kid. And they made kids change their story. Why? Everybody's testimonies was changed from the original statements given to the police. How can a kid have a murder case and he never stood up to kill anybody? He stood up out of fear and ran. Well, where did he run to? Directly to the arms of a school teacher with tears in his eyes, asking, is this white boy okay? Initially, every police report that they got said this kid had tears with empathy and compassion. But this is what I'm saying, and I sit in this closet to hide my tears from myself. I stood in front of black people, and I stood in front of that family. And I looked them in their eyes, and I told them one of the best thing they could have did what they was all white jewelry. They said, why? Because you can't make me believe 12 white people hearts would be so cold at one time.
What? This shit is draining me because what would make you think otherwise?
Because I know how they get the jury pool. They get teachers, they get nurses, they get doctors, they get people who have compassion.
They removed the teachers that were black from the jury selection and kept the one guy that was an educator that was white. Like, what?
I wouldn't believe in my heart and my mind that white people are that evil. So I told black people, man, they ain't finna do that. I sit in silence. How can I defend?
White people are not that evil to do that. Well, how come they're not? And why would you think that they wouldn't be biased? At the very least, have some bias in their decision making about this situation. This was so ridiculous. But look at Anton's face, though, enjoying every minute of it. No empathy. He's like a shell of nothingness, right? He has no compassion. He has no real emotion behind what's happening right now. It's just all content for him.
Any white person, when every time they kill, they find a justification for it. Trayvon Martin didn't have no weapon. White people don't feel the same about George Zimmerman that they do about the kid Karmelo Anthony. There's a journalist named Jim Lane stood outside the courtroom all week long, publicly saying if he walk out of there innocent, they're gonna shoot him in the head. So I sit in my prayer closet, God said that's why I had to let him be guilty. They were gonna kill him. They were gonna kill him, homie. They were gonna kill that baby. They was gonna kill him. They made declarations outside of the courtroom. And what was black people online arguing about each other? This family have moved 8 times in less than 2 years from death threats.
Man, you can hear the authenticity in this main voice, and you ain't never hear Charleston White about to crack and break. I remember when.
Is it though? Is it authentic though, House? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure if this is authenticity just because he know how to turn on them emotional tears and quiver in his voice. I'm not fully buying it anymore. It's nice to believe that he's coming from the heart, but I just don't know.
He came out and he was saying that Karmelo Anthony was guilty until he got connected with the family and started looking through all the things that the media won't show. This kid, Karmelo Anthony, as a kid, put his life on a line to go save somebody else, bro. You cannot make me believe that little kid from then to now didn't have a heroic bone in his body, bro.
Exactly.
Karmelo Anthony was a murderer.
They got so serious, they found out what kind of car Karmelo Anthony drives. He drives a red Jeep. They started riding and scavenging neighborhoods looking for the Jeep. I bought the Jeep so I can drive it. They can find me and I kill one of them white boys. And I made them come after me so that family can have some risk. I ride around in the Jeep. They know what I got Carmelo's Jeep. I bought it.
You bought the Jeep?
I bought the Jeep because they've been riding around looking for it. They can't sit outside the hood. White people were discovered everywhere they live, homie. His dad was a high-end car salesman at Mercedes-Benz, one of the top in the nation. They started going up to the job playing like they want to buy a car, get in the finance department and bring up the murder. He lost his job. He called me crying. I made him my road manager, just give him some money to help him pay bills. But I got him on the road with me away from the family.
So, thank you so much, James. So, remember earlier we watched the video and he said, I hired him, and we were kind of confused. Now it's just been confirmed. He hired him to be his road manager to make some extra money. And the father accepted it, but couldn't follow through with it because of death threats. Like, what?
I mean, who protected his family? His son.
And what?
His mama and daughter. I mean, you can't be on the road with me, but I'm gonna help take care of you.
Was they able to use some of the GoFundMe money in order to help support themselves?
Man, They stopped it. Why? Because the white media on Twitter saying that they were buying mansions.
They stopped their GoFundMe money?
They stopped the GoFundMe money because they said they were buying mansions.
Yeah, they went on there and lied and said the Karmelo family had bought a new 8-bedroom house, a house that they already had 2 years before this shit. Said they went to go buy $100,000 Escalade 2 years before they had a goddamn GoFundMe, bro.
Right.
I call it the MAGA media, bro. MAGA media spread so many lies about Karmelo Anthony and his family that it stopped our support. You had black folks repeating this shit. You had media outlets repeating this shit. Benny Johnson, to be one of the biggest voices in his conservative media, was repeating this shit. Not even cross-referencing and trying to figure out if these things are true. But say something about Trump, they're gonna hold on. Yeah, they help spread the lies against his goddamn family, bro. I don't believe shit a white person say about black folks ever. You know where the white lie come from?
Exactly.
It don't come from niggas. Be having people in my comments. I had to get on somebody today. I said, bro, don't spread lies about this family in my comments.
I'm gonna fast forward just a little bit more. We're gonna move
section.
on.
I'm gonna block.
Let's finish this call up. Make sure y'all getting the likes up, please. Thank you so much. But that was another thing. People ran with the lie that these parents were getting this money and was spending it on nonsense. Come to find out, they ain't never even touched that money, or the stuff that they did purchase was years before. And on top of that, black people weren't the one perpetuating that lie. It was the white folks that was doing that to try to discredit them.
So they can get some attention.
Let me see. Let me fast forward a little bit more. Okay.
Why? It's embedded into the fabric, into the hearts of white people.
Exactly.
It ain't in us. Hate is not in us. We're responding to hate, so we look hateful. White people are over us. They can do to us whatever they want to do to us. They can go back to raping our women, and a jury can say, hey, I was named 5 mitigating factors for the people. And the only way to beat the white man is with his law. This kid went to law school because I failed. He was out on bond for murder. He graduated high school, my nigga, and went to go be a lawyer for Mr. Josh. And this kid studied all year long. Every book I gave him, he read. That's a good kid. When you talk about fleece white as snow, that's Karmelo Anthony, not those 2 white boys that died. They found a reason to justify George Floyd killing. They found a reason to justify everybody who they kill us. And we're never right. But white people, we're never.
Look, Anton getting uncomfortable. Anton getting real uncomfortable once Charleston started talking that shit. you pissing off his white daddy, Charles. You better watch out. You don't like all that.
All right, with white people, if we don't play white, because white is right. I don't like white people that much, nigga. I went and played on white people so I can have influence on my people. I went and learned everything white people know about English history. That's why I'm so good. I did this for us, nigga.
Bro, did Anton Downs just lower the volume, bro?
I don't know if he lowered the volume or
I watched
not.
this earlier and I didn't want to put that on him. But maybe Charleston White just
You don't play white, because white is right. I don't like white people that much, nigga. I went and played on
most definitely
white people so I can have influence on my people. I went and learned everything white people know about English history. That's why I'm so good. I did this for us, nigga. I don't love white people that much. But I gotta play like I do. I wake up thinking about doing something with white people every day, and I see how they do it. But I gotta look in the mirror and grab the cloud side so I can live and be happy as a black man. I really want to die for some shit, nigga.
We can't be like that though, see. We can't be like that though, see.
Look at Anton. We can't be. No. We can't fight injustice. We can't retaliate. We can't defend ourselves. We can't be like that. We just got to accept everything, because once we retaliate or if we return the favor, then we're going to look like what they say that we are. We're going to look crazy. We're going to look like degenerates. No. We can't stand up for ourselves. Yeah, pussy. That's how you really feel. That's why you don't give equal smoke. That's why you don't have anything to say about Chud the Builder. That's why you want to use this Karmelo Anthony case to exploit them on your channel, when you know you have no empathy for what this family is going through and are more on the side of the MetClaffs anyway. It's pussy shit that you want, really. I can't stand when I hear black men saying that, no, when they call us a nigga, we need to just take it. When they do something to disrespect us, we need to just take it and be better than them. No, fuck that. That's why they keep getting away with this shit. That's why they continuously do the things that they do, because they know that the fear of going to jail or being unalive or whatever the case may be is bigger than us standing up for ourselves. And because we have this mindset of we need to just get home safe, we just allow the shit to continue, and they know that. And it's niggas like Anton that would try to call you a victim for speaking against disrespect and racism and systemic oppression, but have nothing to say if we accept it and still become unalived. Nothing to say, because the many people that have complied, that have accepted it, that have tried to mind their business and still end up unalived innocently by a non-black person, by law enforcement, etc. Where's the outrage?
Look, they like that, nigga. You fight fire with fire. Nobody have ever been able to beat the white man not being like that.
Man, I said this, man. This is like, man, black folks, we are such a forgiving people, but they try to,
and they've never earned our forgiveness. Why are we so forgiving? Why do we have to be the one to take all the brunt of their issue? Racism is literally their problem, and they make it's their issue, and then they make us, suffer from it. This is all them, and we just have to fall victim to their hatred for no reason. But us speaking back, fighting back on it is an issue. Very strange word.
Make it seem like we just so hateful and violent. We have the capability to be hateful and violent, but it's just not in us to just be that, bro. You know?
Why? Because the white people came and made it racism before the white folk got there.
Every time he say something about white people, a definitive message, he moving that goddamn phone. He don't want to be disrespectful and just, hey, I'm gonna call you back, because we've been on him about this shit. Remember Corey Holcomb said you be kissing the ass of a white man.
He wasn't lying.
I remember Six the guy that said, you got a white superiority complex.
Every step of the process, this black kid had to be passed along to a white face. Every step of the process, this kid had to be passed along to his enemy, and they never saw him as a kid with epilepsy, no violence in his background. This kid has saved more lives than he's thrown any punches throughout life. He made the news when he was 19 years old for rescuing a living white baby. This ain't the one we turn our hearts cold for people.
You could have found all that information out before you chose a side at the very beginning, couldn't you? I just don't believe this shit. Y'all, if y'all want to go finish that video, go hit up House of Hypocrites. Make sure y'all go and subscribe to him and check out the video. Let's get into the next segment, y'all. So now that we've heard all of Charleston White's rhetoric and his narrative and how he becomes involved, right? Which I really hope that this is the last we hear about him being connected to this family, because he's going to railroad them even harder if they are able to get this appeal. But now I want to talk about how there are witnesses that actually saw the full video and what they have to say about what actually happened. We're going to look at what they say, then we're going to get into the judge's response, because his demeanor was all smug. Everybody just seemed like they just didn't really give a fuck. They already knew that it was an open and closed case, because they already had it in their minds that they were going to, give the worst case scenario to Karmelo. Well, let's see what these people had to say about the actual footage that they seen that wasn't altered and that they saw full out from beginning to end.
What we also have with us is people who...
Shout out to the news station. Make sure y'all hit the like button, please. Oops.
Actually saw the controversial video of Austin Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony, and they're going to speak to that. They're going to speak to exactly what they saw when they introduced their public information request. And I think that you're not going to be surprised by what they saw, but we want to make sure that we get this information out to the public. So we'll start with T. Sturdy.
Hi, my name is actually Tony Sturdivant. Again, I was one of the ones that saw the video. It's kind of bewildering that it doesn't align with the testimony that was presented. What I saw in the video was four. Keep your voice up. What I saw in the video was actually more than 4 kids. There were 6 kids.
6 kids.
Can you hold it? We can hold it. Okay. Yep. Hold it. Yeah. There were actually 6 kids that walked up in the stadium. 2 splintered off. 4 went directly to Karmelo Anthony. And there was a brief conversation.
You're going to start over.
All right. Start over?
Yeah. That's a good thing. Keep going.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so again, my name is Tony Sturdivant. I was one of the individuals that put in a FOIA request to see the video. What I saw was starkly different from the testimony that I heard given in the trial. There were 6 kids that walked up, 2 splintered off. I guess that part of was introduced in the trial where they went to deflect the coach. The other 4 walked directly to Karmelo Anthony. There was a brief conversation, I say maybe 20, 30 seconds. And from there, a scuffle ensued. It didn't last long. Karmelo backed out the back of the canopy. He looked one way, looked to the left, and flew down those bleachers. Now, this is the video that was presented to us. This is the questions that I have, though. Why wasn't that video presented in court? And is it the true video? Because, again, it's starkly different from the testimony given in the trial.
Exactly. Let me stop real quick. Thank you so much, Tromix. He says with a $2 super, Melo is a lost cause if this man defending you. Exactly. Mr. White on a time limit with that volume button with the $2 super chat. Exactly. Thank you, Trail Mix. And Lifeboy TV with the $1.99 sticker. Thank you so much for being here. Y'all get the likes up. Get the likes up. Share the video. Share the video. Let's go.
Karmelo Anthony flew down those bleachers, fell at the bottom of the bleachers, got up, took off. It was maybe 2 or 3 kids that you could see kind of give chase, but Karmelo was gone, so they weren't even going to put a finger on him and touch him. Again, there was a scuffle that ensued at the top of the bleachers, and Karmelo got it there. But I don't know why that was not brought up in court. I don't know why that was shown. I don't know if the ISD gave us a bogus ass video. I don't know, but that's what I saw.
Hello, everybody. I'm an advocate for Karmelo Anthony. My name is T. And when I went to see the video, they asked if you want to see it from either 2 minutes before the stabbing or 11 minutes before. So I chose 11 minutes. From the moment she pressed play, Karmelo Anthony.
And why would they ask that? Why not just show the complete and full video from beginning to end? See, it's manipulation all through this shit.
Anthony was already sitting up underneath that canopy. And he was sitting there for at least 8 to 9.5 minutes. You see, well, I saw a boy in a black hoodie go over to him first, and then they left out of the tent. And then you see coming across the field was another 6 boys. When they got to the bleachers, one he went out of frame, and the other one sat at the bottom. But the remaining 4, they went directly to Karmelo Anthony. And like T said before, it was a brief conversation, and then all you see is commotion. And we know from the interviews that Hunter did, we know that Hunter was, in fact, up underneath that tent. The next thing you see, you can see Karmelo in the midst of them assaulting him. You can see Karmelo trying to back out, but he gets pulled back forward. The next thing you see is Karmelo. He comes shooting out the back, but he's still not standing. And he had to like kind of crab crawl backwards, and he had to like jerk away from them because they still had a hold of his hoodie. He goes up a couple bleachers and he's looking around for which way to go. He runs diagonally down the bleachers and then he falls. At the time of him falling, that's when I noticed another 3 boys coming down the bleachers chasing after him. Once Karmelo got up, he took off. You didn't see him for the rest of the video. At no point in that video do you see Hunter holding his brother. At no point in that video do you see those boys ever going back to the tent and sitting down. That was all a lie. And I also have questions. I don't know how the defense did not play that video, because when you see that video, it was self-defense. Karmelo was only 5'8", 130-something pounds, and Austin and Hunter Metcalf were 6'1", 220-something pounds. So for people to say that he should have used his hands,
it was an unfair fight.
People can die from fights.
Literally.
From people using their hands. And that's all I'm going to say for right now.
So I want to say that.
So this is crazy. It's all lies. You have 2 people here that saw the actual video. Not only was he not the aggressor, but he ran. They pulled this nigga back. He had to try to crawl away. They have to use this in the appellate court. They're going to have to use this without a shadow of a doubt. I am praying that they get the right attorney to force them to show the actual video, because these 2 people just said the same thing. It's the same story, basically. This is the actual truth, but this wasn't shown in the court of law. But we're supposed to trust this system. Okay.
This press conference is for people who saw the video, because we want to make sure that we get that information out there. The other thing is that we have noticed major disparities when we look up statistically the sentencing structures that Judge Roach sentences minorities under. There's at least a 75% disparity in the length of the prison sentence when the defendant is of color. And so this is a concern for us here in Collin County. I reside here, and so I am concerned as a citizen. If the law is supposed to be equal and everybody is supposed to be protected under that law, then sorry about that. That means every race of people are protected, right? And so with that being said, I'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to express what we saw and what we're concerned about here in Collin County.
Okay, sorry, you get it right there. I'm Christopher King. I actually was a licensed attorney in Collin County several years ago, working with the city of Frisco on a certain project. But I'm Christopher King. My handle is KingCast online. I'm also a journalist, and I have a couple things for you briefly. Today, I have filed my request for all exhibits used at trial. We'll see how that turns out. I had mailed it in before with a self-addressed stamped envelope, didn't get a response, so I figured I'd fly down here and file it in person this time. So as to this trial, what I see as an attorney, I saw what I believe to be malpractice. And I don't know why it happened, but I will tell you a couple of quick reference points. Number one, he allowed those students young people, not professional people, to testify as to ultimate issues of fact, such as, was it murder or not? Yes. Was there provocation? Karmelo provoked him. That's not how it works. You have to make them eloquent as to what Karmelo did to allegedly provoke a situation. That's how it works. And when you don't,
and none of that happened. So basically, they were asking them questions where they could only give yes or no, and probably told them prior in some way, when you get asked this question, this is what you need to answer, or this is how you need to answer. That's what that sounds like.
object to it in the cases in chief, you cannot come back later post hoc and then ask the judge and complain about it in a jury charge. There were also no expert witnesses produced, no use of force expert, no jury professional consultant was there that I know of. Okay,
Wow.
so these are all very serious questions on this case, and I don't understand it, but I don't like it, and I think this is the proverbial travesty of justice that we have just witnessed here, and I there needs to be an investigation. It's not right. It's just not right. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your. So I actually speak with them. And so what's next now? So what's now? And this is what I stated at the beginning. What's next now is definitely a fight for justice. It's definitely a fight. They are definitely ready to file an appeal, which an appeal has officially been filed today. They're ready to move forward with seeing Karmelo get justice and seeing him getting a fair trial. That is all that they wanted from Collin County was a fair trial. And unfortunately, and I did attend some of the proceedings, and unfortunately, it does not appear to me that they received a fair trial, that Karmelo received a fair trial. So,
of course he didn't. So y'all, these were testimonies of witnesses that saw the video from beginning to end. Everything, like somebody said, everything aligns with what the medical examiner said about the fight, about the angle, everything, right? This boy was attacked and he defended himself. Evidence was manipulated. People lied. Judge, everybody is in cahoots. This type of shit can't happen again. You know what I mean? Like, we have to be better at assessing certain situations and not allowing us to be swayed by the internet or what, you know what I mean? Like, with popularity, the popular vote may say, oh, you need a white lawyer to do this, because look at how far they went, the links that they went through to railroad this entire case from the very beginning. And how is it legal to suppress pertinent information and pertinent evidence? So that leads me to the judge, right? And what he had to say about the entire case. And I was very impressed. I was actually really impressed at how the person that was questioning him was making sure he held him accountable. Right? So shout out to Lakeisha Keisha, of course. She was able to, she posted this yesterday. Her title says, special guest connected to Karmelo Anthony family. They bamboozled him, Collin County corrupt. So let's get into the video of this judge and what he had to say about this entire case. Make sure y'all like the video, please. Thank you.
That the judge in the Karmelo Anthony case has done. And I was like, that's kind of weird. Now, I was thinking while we waited on our guest.
And what she's saying is weird is the fact that basically this judge went on a press run after this case. And it's like, why? It's almost like you're trying to get ahead of something. Because when in the history of murder trials do you see the judges go on like interviews about the trial that they just won or that they just completed? That's weird. But let's get into what Lakeisha Keisha say. I'll be right back. Go ahead and listen.
Let's look at that video because I was wondering, like, yeah, this is kind of weird. We understand, you know, that because the case is over, the gag order is pretty much, you know, it doesn't, you know, kind of like no matter right now. But I thought that was really weird that the judge is doing an interview. So let's get into that as we wait on our guests to join us. So I thought that would be interesting to watch that.
Your name and how you spell it.
My name is John Roach, Johnroach.
Now, I know the answers to that. I know the answer to that question, but I got to ask it for the record.
100%.
You've been on the bench for some time.
Yep, I've been on the bench for about 20 years.
20 years, and this is the end.
and then 6 months will be in the end.
Now, another thing, guys, and when I had did my research too on this guy, it stated it was kind of conflicting information. Some information had stated that there was information out there that he was going to, obviously he's a judge, he has to be elected, but there was information stating that he was not going to run for re-election. But then there was also information out there that said, that's not necessarily true. What we learned in this interview is that this judge is now saying that this is his last few months on the bench, which means he's not going to run for re-election. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I was like, how convenient is it that he actually gets this case and now he's not going to run for re-election? So I thought that was very interesting.
Did you want to take on this trial?
I wanted the Collin County Judiciary to take on this trial. It was important to me to have somebody from Collin County preside over this Collin County case. So I didn't ask for it. No one, that's not how it works anyway.
Yeah.
I didn't ask for it, but I was certainly willing to do it because that was my duty.
In your conversations with, I guess it's an administrative judge who I know they go down the list and they say, all right, it's your turn and it's your turn.
Exactly.
As they go through all the conflicts of judges that may potential conflicts, when they come and say, John, this may be yours, your first reaction is?
I'll take it. Every time. I think it's my job. It's my duty. That's what I was elected to do.
Yeah.
That's the oath that I
have a question for some people in the chat. Do you guys how many times have you saw a judge give an interview? Is it just me or is this weird as hell? A judge? I've never heard of anything like this. Like, I watch a lot of different court cases. I don't normally see a judge giving an interview.
That's a good point.
I don't know about y'all, but for me, this is weird as F-U-C-K. A judge giving an interview? He states in this interview that he's been on the bench for 20 years. So why are you giving an interview? You've been on the bench for 20 years.
You ain't into this.
Nope.
And where's that come from?
I don't know. I think it's just duty.
In our faces. This is not a normal behavior of a judge. A judge? Judges do their job and take their ass home. Why are you so into this case that you sitting here? He looks like he's a member of the LGBTQ community now.
She kept saying that. She kept saying that the judge looked gay as hell. Why that's relevant, I don't know, but I thought that shit funny as hell.
I'm not trying to be funny or anything, but I'm just saying, what judge gives an interview? This is highly weird.
And I'm going to do my job.
No consultation with your family or?
None.
No.
Nope.
And where's that come from?
I don't know. I think it's just duty. I think duty, whether that's duty in the Marine Corps or just duty to my family and stuff, I take duty really seriously. And I took this job to perform that duty. And if that's what I had to do, that's what I have to do.
Did you fully at the time grasp the enormity of that decision and the outside stuff?
I don't know. I think in some ways I did. I think in other ways I didn't. I certainly knew it was very, very important case within our community. I didn't think I realized the enormity of the social media.
I don't know what he means when he says within our community, because those are a very interesting choice of words considering, I read the comments and some people have been saying, oh, well, it wasn't an all-white jury. Okay, well, let's call it a white and Asian jury because it most definitely wasn't the community that Karmelo is. That's not Karmelo's community.
He was talking about his white community. He wanted to take the case because he was already cool with the MetClaffs. We know that now. But let's fast forward a little bit and get to hearing what he had to say.
The media during the trial.
How long have you been prepping for this trial?
I've been prepping for this trial with the department with the Collin County system with the sheriff's office and everybody for about 8 months.
Is that the longest you've ever had to prep?
100%.
Why?
And how much prepping did you do with all this faulty ass evidence that was presented to you, Judge? 8 months of prep, and when it's time to show up and show out, you deliver grainy, you accept grainy videos as evidence and faulty testimonies? No.
Logistics. One of the critical pieces of this case where we had minors who were testifying. Prior to me getting the case, we had some of those witnesses doxxed and swatted and revealed on social media. I
wanted to stop it here, guys, because he went on to say, that witnesses had been doxxed and they had been swatted. I thought that was a very interesting place to stop. You know why? Because when he goes into saying witnesses had been basically put out on the front street.
And that's also very telling. It's like everybody already knew that the Metcalf brothers obviously started it, because why are you doxing and threatening witnesses? Isn't that an indication that the witnesses may tell the truth that the other family may not be being forthcoming and honest about? That wasn't ever considered in the case at all. As a judge, wouldn't you ask, like, well, why were they being doxxed? The witnesses are being doxxed. Well, what would be the reason for that? What's their testimony? Does it not align with yours? That wouldn't be suspicious?
Why didn't he mention Karmelo Anthony's family? It was reported, and I don't know if the number had changed, that the family had moved at least 8 times. I mean, what is he talking about? He talks about the witnesses, but what about Karmelo's safety?
And that's another thing to say, to try to make it seem like this wasn't about race. Do you think that if Karmelo Anthony was a white boy that did this to a white dude, that they would be getting death threats? They would have to move? They would be getting doxxed? No, they wouldn't. So to say that race had nothing to do with this from the start, it's an absolute lie. They had to fucking duck and dodge and avoid death threats after trying to defend themselves and try to get a fair trial. They were attacking this family, not just because this boy was unalived, unfortunately, but because it was a black boy that did it. Yeah, they got a point to prove.
Very interesting choice of words.
Right.
Want that to add to the already traumatic event they've been through. And I didn't want them to change their testimony or be uncooperative with people trying to call them as witness out of fear. And so my number one duty at that point in time getting the case was to how do we protect those minors who are critical to this case to come and testify.
I'm sure you've already read and know that one of your fellow judges has already been doxxed and swatted and all the things.
I did know that.
Listen, very interesting change of the direction of this interview, because what the interviewer asked him, what about the judge? Oh, I didn't even mention the judge. There was a judge that basically...
There was a black judge that gave Karmelo Anthony bond. Remember, he got bonded out and was able to go home on house arrest? That particular judge got doxxed. She was just doing her job correctly. She got doxxed and she got threatened. You don't think that was racially motivated? Because that judge was definitely black. You think a white judge would have gotten those kind of threats? Maybe they would have called him, an NIGGER lover. Maybe. Who knows? But everything racially motivated, for sure.
We gave Karmelo Anthony a bond. She had been harassed. They had did so much to his own fellow judge that worked with him. Did you guys hear anything that he said about that Black judge in which all of her information was put out there? Well, who do you think did that? I mean, you don't think it was the Karmelo Anthony family? I don't know about this guy. Something just doesn't seem right. It just doesn't. He never went into saying anything about the judge, but when asked, yeah, I do know about it.
Right.
I know about it.
Very
yeah.
cavalier because he don't give a fuck.
Still no
He
reluctance.
probably did the doxing.
Wanted to take it on.
None.
Yeah. The decision to not have cameras or any kind of streaming, was that an easy one?
Yes, it was an easy decision. And I'll tell you why. My primary goal in any case is to make sure that the defendant and the prosecution gets a fair trial.
If his goal was
Fair trial where? Fair trial where? We have yet to see that. You did not do your due diligence to ensure that. Period.
for the defendant to get a fair trial, the best thing that he should have did was allow the cameras to come and be a part of the case.
Exactly.
Because what happens when people can see what is going on, they're less likely to believe that things occurred that people could not see. So a judge that's wanting a fair trial typically will allow the cameras in the proceedings. Now, you guys know with federal cases, cameras are just not allowed. But the fact that the point he's trying to say is, oh, I left the cameras out because I wanted it to be fair. Nobody feels as if it was fair. I feel like the reason that this guy did not want the cameras there, because guess what? The world would be there and able to scrutinize every single thing. If you guys watch the YSL trial, you remember that those attorneys got that judge removed because of things that he was doing. I feel like this dude did not want the cameras in there because now you have intelligent people, lawyers, other judges, you have the public. They would be able to scrutinize everything that was going on.
Exactly.
So for him to say he wanted a fair trial, but yet nobody really felt that the trial was actually fair. Now, if you guys have not liked the video, please go ahead and
then everything works out like it's supposed to.
Because they're going to be highly scrutinized. So basically he's saying, well, no, I didn't have the cameras there because I wanted to
At all.
How much grief did you get from
the purpose for which we were here for, which is to have that fair trial, and cameras in the courtroom did not enter into that equation at all.
How much grief did you get from?
He said cameras in the courtroom from his previous experience when he's watched other trials changed the way that people acted. No, them cameras kept them people on their toes.
Honest,
because
yeah.
generally a person isn't going to act differently because a camera is there, but what they'll probably do is make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do because they're going to be highly scrutinized. So basically he's saying, well, no, I didn't have the cameras there because I wanted to make sure that everybody was doing what they were supposed to do. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, sir. That doesn't make any sense.
At all.
People around you about that decision?
I don't know. I don't listen to it. I just flat don't listen to what's going on the outside. I do what I think is right, no matter what decision that is. And I sleep well at night knowing if I follow the law.
How the fuck did you think it was right to not have the cameras that were going to provide the actual evidence to give a fair trial? What makes you think that was a good decision? When any other time, that's the number one go-to. You present the actual evidence, but you didn't. And you didn't allow the cameras in there.
Then everything works out like it's supposed to. And so these outside influences, all the noise from the outside, I really isolated myself from that in this case and in all cases, and just do my job the best I can following the law.
How do you think we're talking with the attorneys, other attorneys outside of this. How do you think they describe you?
strict, no nonsense, fair, and that.
You know, it's interesting that he describes himself as fair, but if you guys listen to the information and, you know, some of the things that has come out about this verdict, I don't know who thinks that it's fair.
Not fair
In
at
all
all.
honesty,
I'm gonna fast
even
forward. Thank
a
you, Lakeisha,
recent
for your
video that
commentary.
I don't know the Metcalfs, and if they do that, no matter what they think about me personally,
being definite bullshit.
to me, is the most important part. I know for a fact when I make a decision here, people are unhappy. What I hope is when they walk out the door that they think they got a fair trial or a fair hearing or fair something. And if they do that, no matter what they think about me personally, then I've succeeded.
And you're okay with any of those characterizations?
I think they're fair.
Yeah. I hate to have to ask about stuff that emerges on social media, but I have to ask it. And I know you don't know of any of it because you're not on social media.
I'm on it. I mean, I'm an elected official, so I have a Facebook page and stuff. Do I look at it? Do I monitor it? Do I let it impact me? None, not at all.
So I have to ask, do you have a personal relationship with the Metcalfs?
I wouldn't know Mr. Metcalf prior to this trial if he walked up to me and said hello. I don't know the Metcalfs. I sympathize with the Metcalfs and what they've been through and all, but I don't know them personally.
Lying right through his teeth. Lying right through his teeth.
Never have.
So
Isn't that a very interesting choice of words? I sympathize with the Metcalfs for everything that they have been through. Huh. Well, the Karmelo Anthony family, I guess they're just a bunch of animals, right? Because they didn't go through nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Karmelo's father and mother actually had nothing to do with this.
Speed up a little
They're
bit.
just helping their son as any parent would do. He said, I sympathize. I don't know the Metcalfs, but I sympathize with them. He said enough right there. You shouldn't be sympathizing with anybody. You are a judge. You are supposed to remain a judge and not be connected via personal, emotional feelings at all. I sympathize with the Metcalfs for all that they have been through. Very interesting choice of words.
These AI images emerging of you and them at a party or drinking together, all of that.
That's the problem with social media, isn't it? You can't tell what's true and what's not true. I will tell you, I got some reports of some things that were coming out of this courtroom, and I wondered to myself, were they even in the same courtroom that I was? It's that bad, and I think that's tragic. Because I think really if you just listen.
So now he's saying the things that things that he saw on social media, he didn't understand what people were saying because from his perspective, those things never happened. Huh?
What?
You're are you joking? No, those things did happen. Individuals.
But at the end of the day, I don't think no matter what, people are going to distort whatever happens or whatever they hear into their own agenda. And so what's the point? And again, that noise affects people. It affects the fairness of the trial, the safety of the witnesses, the safety of the jury. And those are my primary concerns, not what social media says. It's not my duty. I don't think it's my job to feed social media or the media stuff. I certainly understand the role that media plays in a case like this, but I'm not here to feed it. And I took that very, very seriously.
But Judge, when people don't have access to the trial or the courtroom, doesn't it invite speculation?
Sort of.
Isn't that what I just said?
Exactly. When you leave and you withhold pertinent information, it leaves room for speculation. So how is that, making the jury, making the people involved in the case, how is that protecting them when you're leaving out information? That doesn't make sense. So like I said, this judge, everybody, they just didn't care enough. Everybody was very lax when doing their job as it pertains to this case. And now he's trying to say that I don't listen to social media, I just do my job, but you're not doing your job though. you're not doing your job as a fair judge. You're not. You're empathizing with one family, withholding evidence that could help the case for the other family. You're not doing your job, sir. You're going with the flow of shit because you already had your mind made up from the very beginning. From the very beginning.
When people don't have access to the information, you basically ask for speculation because we do not trust what we cannot see. So this guy making this bold statement saying, oh, I decided to keep the cameras out of the, proceeding because I just wanted this, everybody to get a fair chance. It's the biggest crock of shit that you ever heard. Now, I understand that there are minors, but guys, have you not saw trials on court where they do not put the camera on the person that's testifying? They put people on the stand. They will turn either the volume down.
Shout out to you, V. Richie. Exactly, with the $4.99 super chat. If you don't want your judge all in the videos and dance, then come to death row, head ass. Exactly. That's what it's given. That's exactly the energy it's given. Let me fast forward. So, because I appreciate Lakeisha's commentary, but I want to fast forward just a bit so we can get to what the judge is actually saying in this interview. Because I couldn't find the original one.
I just
to know is the public's access. We are the extension of that public.
I think somebody from the public who wanted to come watch a trial and know that they were excluded from the trial because all the media was there. I beg to differ.
Do you think there was?
This guy seems like, he either can't articulate or he doesn't want to articulate. You wouldn't have so many people that were trying to get in there and watch the trial if you had allowed cameras in there.
Exactly.
I mean, what part of this does he not understand? The people on the plane get a hotel because everything seemed safety. So
8 months before the trial, to ensure the safety of the people out in the parking lots. They certainly had a right to demonstrate and all. And I think we struck a very, very good balance, allowed them to do that. At the same time, maintaining safety of everybody involved.
Did it affect your data?
Maintaining safety of everybody involved?
Not exactly.
I don't know if you guys have any free time. Go Google
anything or hear anything. And I think we did a marvelous job in isolating them and having them concentrate just on what was going on in this courtroom, which was my instruction from the very, very beginning.
What made this trial different?
I think it started off bad. And it started off bad with the doxing and the swatting of the judge and the parties, the witnesses, and all that stuff. So I think it started off bad, and I'm going to attribute that to social media.
But the doxing and the swatting came from the MetClaff family, allegedly, the one that you felt so much compassion for. Like, what the hell is this idiot? He looks like a missing member of the LGBTQ community.
Oh my God.
Just wondering, when is he going? This was all about race, nothing else. What other reason would a 18-year-old, and can somebody tell me why they keep reporting his age at 19? He was 17 when it happened last year. How could he be 19? Why are they reporting incorrect information all and through the media? He keeps talking about witness information being leaked. That was a form of intimidation.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think did it? Who do you think leaked the witnesses' information?
Exactly.
Who did that? This was all about race. This was all about a Black kid with two good parents that loved him, showed him love. He knew how to conduct himself. He wasn't whooping on his daddy ass. He wasn't whooping on his mama ass. He didn't have a record of being kicked out of school.
And that's another thing when it comes to Charleston White. These were all facts that we knew before this thing even happened. So to automatically assume the worst case scenario when it comes to Karmelo, when he has a clean record of everything leading prior to this incident, why is the automatic assumption is to take the side of the other person without hearing all the details first? Karmelo does not deserve to be in jail to this extent. George Zimmerman didn't get stay in jail. Daniel Penny didn't stay in jail for the unaliving of those innocent Black men for defending themselves allegedly. Chow was not in jail. Why is he? Especially in a stand your ground state where defending yourself is okay with any type of force. But let's continue. I just wanted y'all to get into the energy and the demeanor of the judge that was over this case. Even his body language, the way he's looking, nobody gave a fuck. Nobody gave a fuck about it. Point blank, period.
Yeah, because those young people.
The witnesses, who were intimidating the witnesses?
Exactly.
Oh boy.
On social media more than I certainly do, and so that sure impacted me to make sure that they did not change their testimony. They were willing to come in and tell the truth without fear of being doxxed or swatted and stuff. And so I took every precaution that I could, consistent with the law, to make that happen.
I know Steve brought it up too, and I know both sides probably brought it up as well. The AI images of people claiming to be inside this courtroom.
Yeah, that ticked me off a little bit, because if you're going to call yourself the press, then and people are going to depend on you to tell them what's going on in this courtroom, you should be telling the truth. And so
pay attention to what he's saying. So now he's going after the journalists.
Exactly.
When people are in the court, he's basically saying they should tell the truth. They're not
telling
you know
the
this
truth.
guy is biased. If I report something and you report something, we are going to see two different things.
Mm-hmm.
Because my report is different than yours does not make me a liar. So this is a judge. He seems to be upset because people reported on the things that they saw in this case. I'll give you an example. We had one blogger that
were posting photos saying from inside the courtroom, and it wasn't my courtroom, it wasn't the witness, it wasn't their testimony.
So I got to stop him.
He's basically saying that he's mad at the media for spreading lies. He's talking about a picture of somebody saying they were inside the courtroom. Nobody has even ever seen that picture. They're just making things up to be annoyed at everybody else, to deflect on how bad they led this case and how all of the things that came out about this case were all faulty, and they had no sense of urgency to get the real truth out. You're saying that you're mad at the media for lying, but y'all been lying from the very beginning. Y'all haven't been forthcoming with the information needed. Y'all haven't been leading with, pure intentions in regards to this case, and everything leaned on limiting the evidence that could help Karmelo and tampering with evidence that can have the opposing party win the case. Flat out.
I haven't saw anybody that posted any photos from inside the courtroom. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Keep in mind, no one was able to take a phone in there. So how we can hear it in your tone.
I'm going to play just a little bit more of this, and it will
I think I'm
move
more
on.
handsome than what she portrayed.
So let's get into what he had to say about Karmelo Anthony.
To laugh in the Black community face. You type, yes. Hopefully this will be a BTQ you're missing from your community. You need to go back there because you are clearly going to be coming out soon, sir. You're sitting up there.
I don't know why she keep calling this man gay. I don't know why she keep doing that, y'all. I don't know.
Black. What?
And he understands today, more than any day before today, the consequences of
BTQ themes. You're sitting up there looking like somebody, bitch. That's what you look like. Okay.
On Karmelo Anthony.
I don't know. I really don't know.
You've had a lot of defendants in your courtroom.
I have had a lot of defendants in my courtroom, and I talked to Mr. Anthony a couple times because I'm legally required to go over some things with him. He seems like a nice young man who committed
Seems like a nice young man. Okay.
a crime.
He seems like a nice young man. Oh, that was hard for you to push that out. He seems. He seems. No, motherfucker, he don't seem like a nice young man. He is over and above a nice young man. Okay, he seems. Oh, that was hard for him to push that out. He seems like a nice young man. No, he don't seem like a fucking nice young man. He come from good parents. He got a good GPA. He doesn't have anything on his record. He ain't going around breaking people's arms, legs. Yeah, he seems like a good old black boy. Did y'all catch that? He seems.
Mhm.
He seems. Look at his face when he had to get that out. He seems. He pushed that out. He seems. Look at his face. Oh, he didn't want to say that one. He seems. Oh, y'all, this is good. He seems like a good old black boy. Good old black. What? And we got a whole community of white folk here.
More than any day before today, the consequences of committing a crime like he did.
Last question.
Yes, sir.
Karmelo Anthony did not just randomly put his hands on somebody. You put your hands on him. So did he? How realize the importance?
So you just have to balance all those interests. And I'll honestly say, I think I
So this is the very end of the interview, y'all. And then we're gonna move on.
balanced it well. And I know I made people mad, but I'm not here to make them happy either. I hope that the Metcalfs think that their son got a fair trial in this courtroom.
But do you hope that Karmelo got a fair trial in this courtroom? So as y'all can see, y'all, this judge didn't give a fuck either. Everything was stacked against Karmelo from the very beginning. He did not one time infer that he gave a damn about giving Karmelo a fair trial, being respectful to the witnesses and the evidence, and making sure that everything was out on the line, out there in the open for people to assess and come to the conclusion. Even him, he was okay with being obtuse. And then there was another person that said that they saw the father in the courtroom in front of the judge telling and like whispering to witnesses what to say. And the judge just being completely obtuse, acting like he didn't see it, or he wasn't around, or he didn't know that's what was being said, etc., which is all complete bullshit. They just didn't care. They didn't care to do their job to the best of their ability because it would have worked against their plan to railroad Karmelo in this case, y'all. So the next video I want to play, we got to talk about the father and the shit that he has said since this verdict has come out, since this trial has ended. He's very upset, right? Very upset. He's mad at people calling him all kind of names and everything. And it's just so funny, the switch in his demeanor after claiming that everything was, not racially based. He forgives the family. He forgives Karmelo. But this man went on a whole 3-hour rant and made everything about race. Made everything in his true colors and how he feels about Karmelo and black people just in general. Oh, because he talks about slavery, how we gave y'all jobs, all type of shit. This is just like somebody taught him to believe that. Don't ever think for 1 second he didn't push that onto his children as well. It's very obvious why these boys became bullies, because of a father like this.
Okay, sorry. All right, there we go. So, starting from the beginning, April 2nd, I received a phone call from Coach Jackson and said, Jeff, all I know is Austin has been stabbed. I asked him where. He said Kirkendall Stadium. I immediately hung up the phone and I made it there in about 4.5 minutes. When I arrived, it was pretty chaotic. A lot of police cars, a lot of people. I ran through probably 10 different officers who tried to stop me. When I did reach the track, the scene that I saw was my son, Austin, and they had a C machine on it, which actually it automatically pumps on your chest. But when I saw him, I knew he was gone. I prayed for a miracle. And as soon as that happened, I asked the ambulance, the EMTs, what hospital they were taking him to. And once they instructed me where they were going, I directed my attention to finding Hunter. And they said he was taken to the locker room in the field house.
Now, this is a grieving father, you guys. We're not going to act like that, you know, we can't, you know, consider and have empathy for somebody who just lost their child in the way that he did. But what I found interesting about this interview is the whole switch off, right? Let me fast forward just a little bit and get to about right here so we can get into the crux of it.
We can close the gap of this unbelievable racial divide. You're up front right now. This is a warning. Karma's a bitch. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. I don't have to come after you. It's going to take care of itself. People are going to see you for who you really are now. And if you want to talk individuals, we can, because I couldn't speak about this in court. But I can speak freely now because the gag order is lifted.
Speak freely.
Tiffany Billions, Wackadoo, McAdoo, whatever her last name is. I'm not going to throw insults at you because I'm not going to lower myself to your level. But you're despicable. Drew Anthony, Kayla, you're cowards. You wouldn't even show up for your son's sentencing or victim statement impact. You abandoned your kid. You left him there.
Victim statement impact. Let's keep going.
Yes, he's no more used to you because you can't get any more GoFundMe money or Go Send Go money. You are grifters. You should be ashamed of yourself. You raised that child. And I swear to God, CPS for sure, check on those other 3 that you still have. You never once admitted or took accountability. You tried to play victim. The real victim is the one who died, not the one who shoved a knife in his chest. I come to pray with you and show the world we can close the gap of this.
Yeah, but you got to understand, your son became a victim after he provoked somebody and put hands on somebody else. So while you're talking about, oh, you raised this child, what type of child did you raise where he thought it was okay to enter somebody else's personal space and then go and physically assault them to try to remove them from an area that he had no authority to do so? So yeah, it's unfortunate that this happened, but what type of son did you raise? Didn't he break your arms? Wasn't he violent with you? Oh, okay.
Unbelievable racial divide. And what'd you do? You widen the gap even further. You hire a convicted baby-shaking felon who's only in it for the money, who gives you bad advice, kicks me out of a press conference. Oh, funny. I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be, but I left. When asked, I didn't stab anyone. And then you proceeded to gaslight me with your convicted felon, quote, advocate, minister of what? Minister irrelevant?
I did hear some weird things about this advocate that they are associating with. I'm not sure how true it all is, but I have heard some weird things. It just seems like the Anthony family is aligning themselves with all the wrong people that don't have their real best interests at heart. It's like, where is the real counsel? Where is the real guidance in this situation? Because everybody is looking suspect. everybody that they're attaching themselves to. And I'm just like, what is that? Why don't you have the proper representation all across the board?
Minister of bullshit? How about Minister fuck you? Y'all think I'm a saint? I'm no saint. I'm as human as you. I have emotions. Just because I'm a Christian doesn't mean I don't sin, because I don't walk on water and I don't turn it to wine. And anybody else can, step up. Don't become kicking rocks in my backyard. Look in your own. The display of adults on the internet. If your children saw how you acted, would you be proud? Or is that what you teach them? Do you teach them that racism is okay? Do you teach them? Do you program your kids to hate?
Projection. No, we don't do that. That's what y'all do.
Kill? From day one, I said this was never about race. Please don't make it about race and don't politicize it. And what did you do? You chose both.
Y'all did that. Y'all started that first. And then black people just responded. What?
Race card, black fatigue, it's real. I'm sorry.
There it is. Racism on full display. Black fatigue. That's a racist remark.
You have embarrassed your own culture and race. Don't get me wrong. We got white people that embarrass the shit out of me too. But you guys, you got a patent on that shit. And the only people that's going to change it are you. Don't blame the white person because we can't change it. But you're going to blame the white person for every fucking thing else. We're the bad ones. We're the one that held you down. Guess what? You can do everything in America that I can do. Tell me one thing you can't do that I can't do.
Oh, I don't know. Be left alone. We're never left alone. Y'all constantly bothering us. You know what I'm saying? Like how your son approached Karmelo Anthony for no reason and bothered him for no reason and tried to bully him out of a tent for no reason. We don't go around just doing that to y'all, but y'all go around just doing that to us. You know what I mean? Like we can't exist without y'all doing something to bother us. There's so much we can't do. We can't defend ourselves. We can't fight for ourselves. We can't be innocent. We can't drive while black. We can't jog while black. We can't play in parks while black. We can't go into gas stations while black. We can't call the police and ask for help while black. That's what we can't do. So while you over here projecting all your bullshit onto us, recognize how your people and where you come from have always made it unsafe for black people in this country. Okay?
We all have equal rights. What's it say? All men are created equal. The First Amendment protects free speech. I'm for it. Free speech doesn't guarantee you safety. Perfect example, Charlie Kirk, a man who I admired, looked up to. You know why?
That lets us also know if you was into Charlie Kirk, so were your kids. Y'all were racist. Race was always a factor with y'all. If you sitting here saying you admired a man like Charlie Kirk, that says a lot about you and your ideology and your mindset, sir.
Because he could fight with words and logic. He didn't need fists, guns, or knives. No. He sat down and talked with you. How do you solve any situation when there's a problem? Communication. Charlie was an expert. That's one.
But did your sons follow through with that logic? They created a problem and didn't use their words and got physical. How come your sons didn't do that? Why couldn't they just use their words? If they told somebody to leave and they didn't leave and they wanted them to leave, why couldn't they use their words to call a coach or an adult to help remove them? But they didn't. Your kids don't even practice what you're preaching right now, unfortunately.
One person, I admit, I would not want to debate. He was a walking chat GPT. But he held strong on his faith. He never wavered.
No.
His convictions were solid. He was a good man.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Taken too soon also.
Oh, no.
Some people call me racist. Some people call me racist. Does it make me racist?
Yeah.
No. My grandfather once told me, what other people think of you, son, is none of your business. I didn't quite understand it then, but I understand it now. The only person that judges me is God. And God sees all.
Oh, what happened to the volume? What just happened? Hold on, y'all. Something just happened to the volume. What just happened? There you go.
The only person that judges me is God. And God sees all.
Oh my God. Why is the volume going out? Is that the video?
God.
There we go.
Family. Friends. Job. That's my pecking order. May not be for everybody's, but it's mine. And I own it. Now, some people will ask you, do you know Jeff Metcalf? Yeah. What do you think about him? He's an asshole.
Is that what they would say?
Or he's the greatest guy. He'll give you the shirt off his back. So they both can be right. Because I give what you get. Or what you give, or to me, I'll give you back. So, am I racist?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm racist against assholes. I don't like them.
You're racist against assholes. Racist against assholes. So you're only racist. You can only be racist against another race, right? You can be prejudiced within your own race, sure. But racist, you're basically saying, yeah, assholes. And who are the assholes? The black people that don't agree with you? No, you're just a racist. That's it. That's all.
I could care less about the color of your skin. We all bleed the same color.
Liar.
The mental capacity of others sometimes astonishes me. At someone at a certain age, let's just say 40, 50, I would assume, and this is my fault for making assumptions, that you would have common sense, that you'd be intelligent. You could make a difference between right and wrong. Nah. Ain't got nothing to do with age, ain't got nothing to do with color. It's up to you.
And why don't you consider the decision making that your kid used to have himself in a situation like he did between right and wrong? Do you think that it was right for your son to physically assault another child under a tent at a track meet? Because that's what happened. Did you think that was okay?
Who you want to be. You chart your course. Guess what? It's not going to go the way you think. Promise. If there's a person who exists on this entire planet who's never had a problem, one, in their life, please step up. I want to meet you because I want to know how you did that. It's not possible. Life is not easy. God doesn't say that. God says there's going to be trials and tribulations.
Mm-hmm. Let's fast forward.
Let me make one up. Y'all can let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy y'all were trying to portray. How about watermelon felon? How's that one strike you? I hope he enjoyed his first night in that cell last night.
Oh, but we're not supposed to believe that you're not a racist at all times? This shit been on your heart. This is not the first time you referred to a black person and used watermelon to describe them. This is not the first time. You couldn't wait to do this shit. You've been holding on to this shit. So it's very hard to believe that your children, your boys, who are known bullies, who beat your ass as well, did not have this type of hate in their spirit already, which is what led them to interact with Karmelo the way that they did. I'm sorry, Dad. This might be on you. This might be on you. Watermelon felon? Okay.
Because he's going to have many nights to think about what the fuck he did. I forgave him, so I don't carry the hate and the anger.
So what happened? You forgave him, so you don't carry the hate and the anger, but yet here you are with all this hate and anger after you won, essentially. He's in jail, 35 years. Why are you still so hateful? Who are you mad at exactly? What are you mad at?
I don't get ate up like cancer and kills you from the inside. It's like me drinking poison and hoping it kills you. It doesn't work that way. You gotta let that stuff go or it will kill you. It will eat you up inside. So when people ask me, how can you forgive him? If I didn't, I would have wound up killing him and going to prison myself. That's how stupid people, when you get irrational, because you can't make a good decision if you're emotional. Emotion and intellect do not mix. If you're emotional, you can't come up with a logical solution. It doesn't work. You have to be level-headed. You have to be clear of mind.
Shut up.
When you act out and your kids see you, they think that's an appropriate behavior.
Like how your kids saw you beating your wife? This is all projection. He got up here to do this rant just to fucking project everything about himself onto everybody else. Baby, you're the reason why your kids are assholes. You are the asshole you are talking about. Your kids are the asshole they are talking about. They should have kept their hands to themselves, and unfortunately they didn't. I'm about to change to another video so we can get to the crux of the nookie. Hold on one second.
Assume
Okay, never mind. We'll just continue with this one. I'm gonna fast forward the timestamp. Let's go.
Okay. So I was saying I had written this and made a video. Where's the video? That I wanted played. And they said that you could play it, but you couldn't have any audio, which irritated me. Then
Hey, Jinx.
What?
Can you bring up the video? And
Oh, this is the video.
it's a smaller
Take the
club
picture
to
of
be
them
in.
being so great. Yeah, sorry, you raised some racist bullies.
Now Hunter takes over. He's inside.
And
He
it's
leads the
fucked
team.
up what
He
happened,
wins.
sir, but you have accountability to bear as well. You clearly raised them kids with hate in your heart, which is how it trickled over the way that it did. So let me go ahead and turn it here and play it.
Very touching. Almost surreal for me. For that, we're going to talk about Frisco ISD in a minute, but during that graduation ceremony,
sorry, y'all, my bad.
he got his diploma and he walked down, and then he turned around.
All right, I'm gonna play this video now because it has more of a concise part of the rant. Okay, thank y'all for being here. Hit the like button.
Sentencing or victim statement impacts. You abandoned your kid. You left him there. I get check on those other 3 that you still have. I come to pray with you. Bad advice. Y'all think I'm a saint? I'm sorry. You have embarrassed your own culture and race. Don't get me wrong. We got white people that embarrass the shit out of me too. But you guys, you got a patent on that shit. And the only people that's going to change it are you. Don't blame the white person because we can't change it. But
you can't change your racism? Okay.
Blame the white person for every fucking thing else. I'm going to tell you right now. Charleston White, you think you're funny? We'll see who's laughing. Drew Anthony, you're a pussy and a coward, and you raised one. Kayla, you drunk bitch. Without a damn record. I guess that's something to brag about. That's all you do. You still live in Baton Rouge? Remember you said you'd come to Frisco, Brody? You're supposed to find me. I told you we could sit down and talk. That's all you do. Talk, Mr. Squeaky Clean. You're the only one in your family without a damn record. I guess that's something to brag about in your culture. You people hang your hat on the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Let me make one up. Y'all can let me make something racist up so y'all can go. That one strike you. I hope he enjoyed his first. I forgave him, so I don't. So you can live with your lie if you want to, but my truth is forever. Just like the fact your son is a convict and a killer. Forever. Forever is a long time.
He's scary.
What's your master plan, Mr. Anthony? To use your son as income and soak up as much money playing victim to line your pockets and then abandon him when he's at sentencing or victim impact? You just left him up there by himself? Amazing. Amazing. What about you, Drew? What kind of father are you? You want to talk about what kind of father? All right, let's talk about what kind of father you are. Let's talk about your arrest. Let's talk about your warrants. Oh, was it drugs? Coke? You did? Tell me some other shit. Let's pull it up. Because I'm welcome every one of you to pull up my criminal history. Someone who tried to make up some bullshit saying I'm a sexual assault person. Guess what? If you're convicted of sexual assault in Texas, you have to register. Please check the registry. Please check my background in criminal history. It's not there.
Yeah, so you see that, you heard that. That was Mr. Jeff Metcalf going off on Karmelo.
Yeah, that's just a lot. And it just goes to show that this fucking guy, and he said a whole lot worse, you know what I'm saying? But it was a 3-hour rant. He went on to talk about how, we're in slavery and how they gave us jobs and all this other bullshit. All just kind of on this rant, and it's just like, for what, babe? Why are you so mad when you were able to get the outcome that you obviously wanted? You obviously wanted the outcome that you got, and now you're on rants against Black people specifically because Black people are not accepting the unfair trial and the lack of support for Karmelo Anthony. It wasn't fair on either end. So are you just upset that people are pushing back on your on this unfair trial and you want to just take it out on them? Because if you don't have hate in your heart, you would understand that. Hey, if they don't feel that it was a fair trial, let's see. If the evidence proves them wrong, then that's what it is. If I'm innocent, if my kid is innocent, it'll all come out. But instead, you go on these racist rants and use harmful language, and that's supposed to make us believe that none of this was racially motivated or racially charged. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. Let me see something real quick.
But he came to me. The video, when they fumbled that whole ordeal, oh, we're not going to let the police have it. We're going to hold on to it because Frisco ISD owns it. But we're going to open it up to let people come in and view it. But you have to sign in. But you can't tape it. And then you screw it up and you let a child pedophile, convicted pedophile, view the video of kids. You let an activist who is blatantly lying and spreading false information about me, my son, and everybody else, you let them look. What? Not only that, I asked him straight up who was responsible for allowing school property to be used 3 weeks after my son was murdered at the same exact stadium. After fumbling, I said, it's either you or someone else. Who is it? He said, it's me. You made the decision to let a white supremacist hold a rally.
You're a white supremacist.
On the same grounds my son was murdered 3 weeks prior. Everyone thought I was going to jump on board with this jackass Jake Lang. Well, guess what? My friend Bruce Carter, yeah, the big black boy with the cowboy hat on,
big
yeah,
black
my
boy.
buddy. I said, Bruce, you have to go in my place. The DA says I can't go.
So you send your black friend. Okay.
So Bruce shows up and says, hey, did you ask Jeff to use his son's image? No, Jeff stands with us. No, he doesn't. Jeff sent me. Bruce calls me. Tells me where he's at. Tells me what's going on. I had no clue I was on speakerphone at that moment. So I let Mr. Lang speak. Gave him his time. Talked about I should be upset and lashing out at the black people and all white people should be mad. And here's the feeling, guys. Like I said before, I'm not racist.
Yeah, you are.
Against whites or blacks.
Yeah, you
so
are.
What I tell Mr. Lang after he spoke, he thought I was going to jump on board and we were going to have this big rally. My exact words were this. Mr. Lang, you, my friend, are part of the fucking problem. I don't condone what you do. I am not associated with you. Take my son's name off your website. Do not use his image ever again. I don't support you. Don't ever mention my name.
If you're not a racist, then why did you have to come up with these racially charged like language to convey how upset you are? And again, I'm confused at who you are upset with at this point. I can understand being mad at this racist man because he's on your behalf, but you You have to understand this is the energy that y'all giving off. It looks like white versus black from the very beginning. So you got extremists coming out to back you up, and now you mad because what? It's going to make you look bad, but you just exposed yourself in this rant how racist you are. You just don't want an extremely racist person that's a self-proclaimed racist to be attached to you to expose you for how you really are. But it is what it is, Jeff.
So all the black people went, oh, well, maybe he's not racist. No shit. Like I said, if you're an asshole, I don't care. I don't like you. Jake Lane is an asshole. He's a white asshole.
So are you. That's your homie.
Charleston White. He's a black asshole.
He's a black.
Jackie Chan, if you don't like him, he's a Chinese asshole. I don't care. It don't matter. Frisco ISD then proceeded to do this. This was the icing on the cake for me. Me and Megan went to the school board, went to the school officiating building, slid across the emails that were sent to Waltrip. I said, this is why you folded. You're going to look me in the eye right now and tell me you're going to give a diploma to a murderer, but you're not going to give one to my son who was murdered at school under your watch. He said, it's comes from above. I said, the only person above is Mr. Waltrip. I said, I will wait out front until he returns. So I walked out front. I asked the receptionist, please, I need to see Mr. Waltrip as soon as he's available. I'll sit down with Megan. For 20 minutes, we wait. Then his secretary comes down and says, I'm so sorry, Mr. Waltrip's not in the building today. What did he do? Run out and hide? Bullshit. He didn't want to face me again. I don't blame him, because I'd have ripped his ass up, tore him apart, spit him out in small chunks.
I want to know that too.
I told Dr. Mims what I'm going to do. When I walk out of here today, I'm going to contact every news reporter I know. Despicable coward who folds like a cheap tent under pressure from a piss-poor activist nobody.
Lord Jesus.
Who does infomercials about his company. Let me be clear that you're a fucking idiot, Dominique. Let me be clear. You couldn't put two sentences together without Chat GPT.
Oh, Lord.
Tiffany Billions. I don't know what kind of glamour shot you steal from other people and put up on your profile, but it don't match to your fucking goddamn water buffalo looking ass when I saw you at the courthouse.
Oh, my God.
Charleston White, you look like a fucking crackhead. Even though you got money, you're the only smart person around.
Oh!
Ooh.
Oh! Did y'all catch that? Did y'all catch that? I'm sorry, y'all. I'm skipping through it because it's long and I want to hit certain points. But did y'all hear him almost slip up and say, you only smart nigga? Watch.
Activist nobody.
Listen.
Who does infomercials about his company. Let me be clear that you're a fucking idiot, Dominique. Let me be clear. You couldn't put two sentences together without Chat GPT. Tiffany Billions. I don't know what kind of glamour shot you steal from other people
Just listen,
and put
y'all.
up on your profile, but it don't match to your fucking goddamn water buffalo looking ass when I saw you at the courthouse.
Water buffalo is nuts.
Charleston White, you look like a fucking crackhead.
Listen.
Even though you got money, you're the only smart person around. Ooh.
He caught himself. You only smart person around. Yeah, that's who you really are. I'm just showing y'all this, y'all, because this is what the media needs to be running with right now. This is what needs to be exposed. People need to understand that those twins were being led by an abusive, racist father. And what they did was inherit all that abuse, all that racism, and throw their weight around on their school campuses. This is a known fact that this is what they were doing. So at some point, you got to take accountability, sir, because the way you raised your kids is kind of what led to this moment. Had they not been racist assholes like you claim you hate, perhaps one of them would still be here.
Woo-hoo.
Caught your ass slipping.
Drew, you're just an idiot. If y'all want to talk to me, you know where I am. You never once apologized. You never once said you were sorry. You lied your ass off and tried to tell people you paid to offer to pay for my boy's funeral. You couldn't even offer your hand for a handshake. You're a grifting piece of shit. Your character says it all. I don't have to say a damn word. Your actions speak for themselves. You and your little faggot bow tie? What the hell is that, dude? Maybe you and Chris King are butt buddies. Like y'all swap ties and shit. I don't know. He lives in Washington and he's lived here in Plano. He thinks he's some intelligent dude. Really? A 1989 Saab. Oh, I'm fucking impressed.
Just going off.
Better yet, once you have Tiffany move in and y'all could live together and do a podcast. That would be fun. Stay out of my life. I'm not inviting you in. Go find somebody. Go kick rocks in somebody else's backyard. Because
that's enough of him, y'all. Y'all can see all the other videos everywhere else. It's plastered everywhere. But you get the gist of it. The guy's an asshole. The guy's a racist. The guy is full of hate. And he's wondering why certain things are happening. Not saying that it was right, but this was very telling. So the last video I want to play you guys is just a quick video on the differences in the Karmelo Anthony and the Kaysen case, right? Because we got to point out the differences.
A lot of people have been commenting and DMing.
We got to point out the differences of how two people did the same exact crime. One did the crime a little bit more severely than the other, right? But how the system just completely deliberately worked against the black person that did the exact same crime. Once again, I'm not a lawyer, but did a great breakdown of this. Let's see how she compared it.
This picture, which compares the verdict and sentence for Karmelo Anthony versus the verdict and sentencing for another man whose name is Kaysen Allison. And I'm not a lawyer, but I decided to do a little digging to see what the actual similarities and what the actual differences are between these two cases. So let me tell y'all what I found. So first, let me fill you in on Kaysen's actual case. So back on May 3rd, 2022, Kaysen Allison, who was 18 at the time, was a senior at Belton High School in Texas. It was a Tuesday morning, and around 9:47 a.m., him and another friend of his walk into the boys' bathroom at the school, and by the time Kaysen left, he had stabbed his 17-year-old classmate, Joe Ramirez. Now, context as to what led up to the stabbing is that prom was 4 days earlier. And while the two of them were at a prom after party, they got into it because Joe felt like Kaysen was being aggressive toward the prom date of one of Joe's friends. So they have this verbal altercation, and Kaysen claims that Joe pulled a gun on him during this altercation. But it's worth noting that a friend testified at the trial that it wasn't Joe, it was someone else.
A friend of Allison shared today that he saw someone pull a gun on Allison at the prom after party, but it was not Ramirez.
So the two of them have this argument, and afterward, a Snapchat group message is created where Kaysen suggests that the two of them should fight at a park. Joe apparently says he's not really down for the park, so the two of them plan to fight at the school, but they never lock down a time and a place. Now, before the day of the fight, multiple of Joe's friends testified that he told them he planned to seriously injure Joe.
Another close friend of Allison returned to the
premeditated. Premeditated. That right there, is that not premeditation? I had plans to do harm. Okay.
The stand today discussing text messages between the two of them, and those texts contained things like Allison saying, "Bro, bring me a gun." Quote, "He wanted Joe on life support and wanted to stomp his head in."
And then when detectives pulled Kaysen's Snapchat messages, they heard a voice recording of him telling someone, quote, "We finna catch them tomorrow, and I'm going to send him to the hospital." So that all happens in between prom and Tuesday, May 3rd. And then on Tuesday, the school day starts. And after first period, Joe and 4 of his friends go to the boys' bathroom because that is apparently something they did every day. But this time, shortly after they go to the bathroom, the school cameras catch Kaysen and a friend of his also walking into that same bathroom. Now, according to the testimony from the trial, this meetup was not planned, and Joe was actually surprised to see Kaysen in the bathroom. Multiple witnesses who were also in the bathroom at that time testified that Kaysen did not want to fight at school. He emphasized they were close to graduation and he did not want to risk that, but Joe apparently wanted to fight. In a recorded interview with detectives, Kaysen says that once the boys started taking off their backpack, he took out a knife that he had brought to school with him and said, quote, "Don't touch me or I'll stab you." At this point, a student that was also in the bathroom takes out his phone and begins recording the altercation. And on that video, he captures Joe swing on Kaysen lunge and stab Joe. Then there's a scream and the video cuts. Now, following this incident, Kaysen is caught on the cameras running out of the bathroom. He ends up making it all the way to his house. But because multiple students were witnesses, they were able to tell police and officials that Kaysen was the one who did this. So law enforcement arrives at Kaysen's house within the hour, and they find him in his bathroom on the phone telling someone he, quote, "did something at school," and asking them to take him to Waco, Texas, another city.
So he was, not only was this premeditated murder, but this nigga was trying to flee. He was trying to leave. Oh my God. How? Okay, let's continue to listen.
Search Kaysen's house and they find the knife that he used. And although Kaysen told them he only stabbed Joe one time, the medical examiner testified on the stand that Joe was actually stabbed 4 times.
We learned there was one large stab wound across Ramirez's chest, which caused multiple injuries to both the heart itself and the left lung, as well as 2 stab wounds on his buttocks and a wound on his upper back and left forearm.
So following this, Kaysen was charged with murder. But during the trial, the jurors were given the option to convict him of murder, manslaughter, or criminally negligent homicide. And his jury.
And that's another thing to note. The jurors on Karmelo Anthony's case, they were given that option as well and still went with first degree murder. Still went with it. Didn't reduce it to manslaughter. And we're just talking about a puncture that caused the death. Not a multiple stabbing like this case. That was also premeditated.
Chose criminally negligent homicide, which in layman's terms means you've committed some kind of negligent act that you didn't realize would end up killing somebody.
Exactly.
And so for this conviction, Kaysen was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Now, for the sake of full context, there was some testimony that Joe and his friends were known to get in fights and apparently known to jump people. Okay, so that's the background. Now let's do a quick run through of some of the similarities and some of the differences. First up, there's a clear difference in the history each of these defendants and their victims had with each other. Kaysen and Joe obviously went to school together and had some hostility with each other, even if only for 4 days. Karmelo and Austin Metcalf, on the other hand, had no history. They didn't go to school together and they did not know each other before that day. Next, let's talk about the planning aspect. So it's clear from the Snapchat messages that Kaysen and Joe were planning to fight. In fact, according to what was presented, Kaysen was the one who first suggested a location for the two of them to fight. And he communicated to multiple people that he planned on seriously injuring Joe through this fight. As far as planning on Karmelo's hand, there was no evidence presented in his trial that there were any communications or planning involved indicating that he was looking for this fight. Now, They both did have knives on them on the day of the incident that they brought to school grounds, but based on the evidence that was presented, Kaysen communicated his intention on using that knife, and there was no evidence presented that showed Karmelo communicated his intent.
So I don't understand. How could he have not been convicted of premeditated first-degree murder? He He communicated, said he wanted to put people in the hospital, said he was ready to beat somebody's ass, and came in there and stabbed a motherfucker up and somehow got off
with the knife. Okay, next, let's talk about the threat or warning that both of the defendants gave to their victims. Kaysen told detectives in his recorded interview that he told Joe prior to stabbing him, quote, "Don't touch me or I'm going to stab you." And that has a lot of similarity to what Karmelo told Austin before he stabbed him, which was, quote, "Touch me and see what happens." Okay, now let's talk about level of force. In Kaysen's case, there was video evidence that showed Joe punched him. And during the trial, there was testimony that that punch resulted in Kaysen having a closed head injury. And there was also claim from people on the witness stand that when they were all in the bathroom, Joe and his friends locked the bathroom door to prevent Kaysen and his friend from leaving. But that claim was never proven. It was just something somebody said on the stand. Now, in Karmelo's case, on the other hand, there was never any consistent testimony about how hard Austin touched Karmelo before Karmelo stabbed him. Someone said it was a push. Someone said it was a two-handed push. Other people said it was a shove. And one person even said it was a lineman move. So the one thing that is for certain is that it wasn't a punch. But the one thing that's similar between the two cases is that the victims in both cases committed the first assault or unlawful touch. Next, let's talk about what happened after the stabbings. So in Kaysen's case, he left the school premises, went to his house, and officers caught him on the phone trying to get a ride out of the city. Karmelo, on the other hand, did leave the tent where this incident happened.
And my thing is, if you didn't mean to kill, if you thought you were just defending yourself, why are you trying to flee? That's a little extreme.
But he was stopped by a coach where he remained on scene until police came. Okay, and now the last comparison I've noted has to do with the verdict. So in both cases, jurors had the option to convict the defendants of murder or manslaughter.
Right.
But in Kaysen's case, they were also given the option of this criminal negligent homicide. Karmelo's attorney did ask the judge for this option, but the prosecutors argued that that should not be an option for the jury because there isn't, quote, any evidence in the record that the defendant was unaware that his actions could lead to death. And after
what? There is no evidence. Wait, let me go back.
Quote, any evidence in the record that the defendant was unaware that his actions could lead to death. And after,
I mean, wait, that's the reason why they threw out the manslaughter option, was because they're trying to say that Austin didn't know by pushing him it was going to lead to his death. Like, what?
After hearing that argument, the judge sided with the prosecutor, and so this option was not given as a lesser included charge to the jury. So, since both of these cases happened in Texas, the defendants were given the option to have the judge issue their sentence or the jury issue their sentence. And
wait. I gotta go back because sometimes I get confused on,
to have the judge charge to the jury.
Because the defendant in Karmelo's case is Karmelo, right?
Was unaware.
They're saying there's no evidence that he didn't know, but how wouldn't he know if the medical examiner said that the puncture looked damn near like an accident?
That his actions could lead to death, and argued that that should were also given the option of this criminal negligent homicide. Karmelo's attorney did ask the judge for this option, but the prosecutors argued that that should not be an option for the jury because there isn't, quote, any evidence in the record that the defendant was unaware that his actions could lead to death. And after hearing that argument, the judge sided with the prosecutor, and so this option was not given as a lesser included charge to the jury.
So they're trying to say that he knew his actions would lead to death? Okay. Wow. All lies. All lies.
So, since both of these cases happened in Texas, the defendants were given the option to have the judge issue their sentence or the jury issue their sentence. In Kaysen's case, he chose the judge, who ended up sentencing him to the maximum allowed for criminal negligent homicide, which is 10 years. Karmelo, on the other hand, chose the jury to issue his sentence, and they sentenced him to 35 years, where the max was 99. Okay, so that's my comparative analysis, and I'm curious what you think about the similarities.
That's very interesting to me because this is an incident that happened within the same city or in the same state, same laws. One guy basically planned this thing. Another just reacted after being assaulted. The judge and the prosecutor doesn't want to give the jury the option of manslaughter for Karmelo because there's no evidence that proves that what he did wasn't going to lead to death. But there's also no evidence that proves that he was initially ever going to do that and knew that it was going to lead to death. It was like a freak accident. But the other person knew what he was planning, wanted to fight, picked the location, told people he wanted to whoop ass, told people that he wanted to do something wrong, did this crazy ass stabbing, and the judge decided, oh, we'll give him the lesser of the 3 charges. And we're supposed to believe that none of this has anything to do with race, has anything to do with white people sticking together regardless, right or wrong, right? It's just flat out hypocrisy. And it shows up way too often in these cases, and it's not enough pushback on it. And I'm hoping that this case with Karmelo, it turns out where the real evidence is presented, the witnesses are called back to the stand and give the actual line of events of what happened, of what they saw, and they release the actual videos so they can see the hypocrisy here of how judgments are being made on Black lives in a different way than other lives that are doing the exact same crimes. Evidence is being withheld purposefully when it comes to certain people that are on the stand. When it comes to that white boy and the evidence that clearly showed premeditated murder, it didn't matter to that judge. It didn't matter to that judge. And then in the other case, it didn't matter to the jury. And it also was stopped by the judge and the prosecutor because they tried to convey that, oh, he knew what he was doing, basically. It's just time to, stay vigilant, y'all. Stay on top of your game and don't allow these people to play mind games and tricks anymore, because it's too many Black bodies that are suffering on a daily basis, on a consistent basis. And like I said in my title, our lives have never mattered in this system, and they won't start to matter until we give relentless pushback to the obvious discrepancies that we're constantly faced with within this justice system. Enough is enough, and I'm getting sick of it. But y'all, that's all I got for y'all today. I hope y'all enjoyed the show. I'm gonna go ahead and play again the intro video that I had, because I appreciate y'all so much for being here. Make sure you like the video. I know we drug it out a little bit longer than expected, but as always, I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you so much for the super chats. Oh, let me make sure I caught them all. Thank you. Jazz, I asked you in love, what in the spiritual Jekyll and Hyde do you got us watching? Listen, I don't know. That's what it seemed like. If you're talking about that father, that's what it seemed like. That's what it seemed like. I do not know, but I had to put it out there. We had to expose it. Mitra with the $1.99 super chat says, sir, we don't think you're a saint, you're a racist. Exactly. Another super chat saying he's talking a lot but was abusive to his mother. Exactly. So it all just plays a part. And to sit here and say that none of it, that racism didn't have a play into any of this, when we can see from the beginning of time that racism is literally the go-to to make these kind of judgments in these cases, right? And it's unfortunate, and I don't have the answers. I don't know what we can do to continue or to stop these injustices, but I know we cannot be complicit, and we cannot be quiet about it any longer. So I hope to catch y'all in the next video. Appreciate y'all so much. I'm going to leave y'all with this. And I hope y'all have a good night.